a parliament has existed in this country from 1639. It's a parliament that passed that infamous bill known as the Slave Code. It was implemented by this parliament and served as the template for how slaves will be treated throughout this region and the Americas. And it is coming out of that piece of legislation that laws were implemented in various parts of the Caribbean and the Americas to control those who were then referred to as bucks and wenches, a deliberate term. Bucks, speaking of their classification as chattel, nothing more than animals, and wenches, definition. Today we are just months away from celebrating our 60th anniversary of independence, our 5th anniversary of becoming a republic. And we have to gather in this parliament to pass a law. After all those years of self-governance, we have to gather to pass a law, the intent of which may not be dissimilar from what would have ensued centuries ago, to control those who are acting like bucks and wenches. So it's a very sad day for me. It's a day of lament for us all as a society. It is a day that speaks to a society under siege. I know that those who are listening may well say, "Physician, heal thyself." And I cannot speak without speaking of the role of the church in the development of this society. From a religious perspective, next year will also make 400 years of the church's existence in this country, because cross and crown moved together. I would like to think that, driven by the Great Commission, "Go ye into all the world and make disciples of all nations," the church came to this region. But of course, we know that there were ulterior motives. And even if we just thought so, recent history has told us of the Queen Anne bounty, where the Church of England benefited greatly from the transatlantic slave trade, a dark part of their history that they're now trying to deal with in terms of their truth-telling seminars and so on. But it would be disingenuous of me to suggest that for those 400 years, the gospel was... It couldn't be. The gospel could not be promulgated in its fullness in the slave society. For the very first passage of Scripture one would have to collide with is the start of Jesus' ministry in Luke chapter 4 and verse 18. "The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because he has called me to preach good news to the poor, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim release to the captives." Clearly, that could not have been preached. But that notwithstanding, it would be equally disingenuous of me if I said that the church did not make a great contribution to the development of our society. The Anglican, the Methodists, the Roman Catholics, the Moravians, and in more recent times, the Adventists and several Pentecostal brothers and sisters have contributed significantly to the strengthening of the fabric of this society, both moral and spiritual, and particularly in guiding our children. There's been no shortage of religious and spiritual and moral education. There's been no shortage of groups that have sought to bring our children together to put them on a path towards wholesome development, the Church Lads and Church Girls Brigade, Pathfinders, the Cub Scouts groups, and all those things that came out of some churches. All of them were there helping to shape this society. Over time, however, I believe that those of us who are in the church would readily say that the carrying out of the Great Commission now, going to all the world and make disciples of all nations, really means going out by your doorstep. Because Barbados has become a foreign place. Foreign not only in the people, in the ethnicity of the people that we have here, but the ideologies that currently exist within our community. Unfortunately, as I said, our society has fast become foreign. We ought not divorce today's bill, and I wish to thank the minister who did the presentation, the Minister of Criminal Justice, and the Attorney General for their presentations. But we ought not divorce today's bill from the Interception of Communications Bill, which we passed last year, because we understand the reason why we passed it. Because what we are talking about as gangs today are not just locally grown groups. They're international syndicates. There's connectivity all over the Caribbean and the globe. And so we have a big problem on our hands. Gang activity is much larger than the local community. And we had gangs before, let's not fool ourselves. You listen to Alfred Pragnell, the Prout Men versus the St. Jude Men, those were gangs, you know. And I grew up in St. John, the Maw gang. Yeah, I knew those things. I heard about them. But those were gangs. But the tools of the trade have changed. Nobody's looking these days. We're dealing with serious criminal matters. And I do not want to throw cold water on our bill. I support it wholeheartedly. But let us just approach it with a sense of sobriety. With the words of Cicero, the great senator of Rome, who said, "In the midst of arms, laws are dumb." In the midst of arms, laws are dumb. In other words, we can pass the greatest piece of legislation today, but there needs to be more that is done. We have to go to the very root of our society, the very core, and seek to transform the mindsets that are leading to the problems that we have. The Minister of Criminal Justice in his presentation this morning said, we need to get back our communities. We need to get back our communities. And I was very delighted to hear that, sir. Thank you very much. And so there are some things that we need to change. There's some things that have entered our cultural construct that we need to pull back on. And we must be willing to do so. It's not Lent anymore, but you know, every year during Lent, I remind us of metanoia. Repentance does not simply mean saying sorry. It means a change of mind. And there's nothing wrong with changing your mind. And I'm very happy that the Ministry of Educational Transformation is giving a rethink of the grooming policy. Because you see, sir, when we let the little boys go to school with their hair naughty and looking unkempt, we're really setting them up for not getting work. Because who's going to hire them later on? When I'm running my business, I want a certain look, I want a certain behavior. And if we're not training them to do that, who's going to hire them? Let's be real. I mean, we can pull back on that. There's nothing wrong. Had to be cut, your nails had to be cut, and let's put some order in the society. So that is one place we can look at. I will not touch the peace program too much, because it was touched already. But I remember when it first came up, I said one thing in this house, in this chamber, The only institution of government that should know who the gang leaders and the criminals are is the Attorney General's office, who will report it to the police and do what is necessary. I'll leave it there. And while we talk about metanoia and getting our society back, I was very happy to hear, because I didn't want to say it, I didn't want to say anything because I didn't have any empirical evidence, but I heard the Minister of Criminal Justice said that there's a correlation between the crime and drugs. I got that right? And you know my pet peeve, sir. Since 2019, when we passed the quote-unquote medicinal cannabis bill and sacramental bill, I was very concerned about the prevalence of cannabis on our streets. And I think that we can all see the results of it now. Thank you very much, Minister of Criminal Justice. I think we're beginning to see the fallout from some of these things. And I want to remind us of why there was a ban on cannabis in the first place in this region. Jamaica was the first to ban it somewhere in 1918. Because when the East Indians came to the region, they were the ones who introduced cannabis to the region, by the way. When they came to the region, they came with their religious pundits. And one of the holy groups in Hinduism are those whom we refer to as I forgot their names. Anyway, in Hinduism, and their role is to smoke ganja all day, and the word ganja is actually from Sanskrit. It's a Hindu word. They smoke dope all day and walk around, but their people feed them. The Jamaican boys saw them doing that and decided they were going to smoke too, but nobody was feeding them. And everything began to fall apart. And so they realized that productivity dropped in the community, and that's why it was banned. There was a productivity problem. And in 2019, I cautioned us about the possibility of a binge period. Once it becomes prevalent, there'll be a binge period. And we're beginning to see, I believe, the effects of that binge period. Of course, I still need some more evidence. I wouldn't put the minister under that pressure to say that he gave all this evidence, because he didn't give any statistics or anything, but he just said it. But I will wait for the further evidence. One of the things we have to do to pull back our community as well, sir, is look at our culture. What is the culture of this country? What is our culture? What is our way of life? What shapes us? Who are we? It's a few weeks away from crop over. The music is coming out. And we'll soon hear the arch your back and all the other things. I've heard about it. And the instructions for our young ladies, some of which cannot be mentioned in this chamber. When you hear the clips from these fetes, when you hear the clips from these fetes and what the DJ is instructing young women to do, it says something about our culture and how we value each other, how we value our women, how we see them, how they see themselves. Back some things. I was mentioning to one of the members downstairs that I was sitting listening to one of our reputable radio stations, and I'm hearing songs with cursing.
Yeah.
In Barbados. It's almost as though we've come deaf to vulgarity and obscenity. So when we talk about culture, we have to pull some things back, our community. And perhaps I should speak directly to our cultural practitioners. Listen, we give you the opportunity to come into our homes at least once a year. Come with something positive. Come with something clean. And I'm not saying this to be a prude, but look at where Trinidad is and look at where you are. Let's not fool ourselves. This bashment thing about walk up on this and bend your back ain't going nowhere, you know. Listen to the artists that are coming out of Trinidad and the musicality and the quality of their lyrics. Clean. We have to get serious about our craft. And it's not for a lack of education. You have the ability to produce. But we have to reshape what is decent and what is acceptable within our community. Because all these things are linked. All of these things are linked to what is going on out there. When I was young, before you even thought of doing something stupid, what this will do to my parents, how will people see them, what will people say? You didn't even think about why it's not about you. And of course, there was the attendant lash or two you would get. You knew that was coming. Nowadays, we can't talk about corporal punishment because we do not raise children anymore, we raise eggs. So you can't hit them. Don't talk to them too hard, you destroy their, really. This time the children terrorizing the place, you know. Along with that, sir, when we talk about culture, we've developed a culture of entitlement. A culture of entitlement. Granted, we are a country that has invested heavily in social services. And somehow in the minds of our people, young and old, it seems as though it's a right rather than a privilege. A privilege to be cherished. A privilege not to be taken advantage of so that future generations can experience the same thing. But somehow we've developed this sense of entitlement where I have a right to this. And you have a right to things that you don't even qualify for. Some don't go to school, they don't study anything, but they want to live big. They want to live like everybody else who's working. And so you tell them, go and do a little job in construction to make sure, keep yourself together. Slavery day is done. I'm doing that. And so we have a problem. And out of that has emerged two economies in Barbados. There are two economies running in this country. And I don't know if the informal one is really smaller than the formal one. I don't remove in those circles. I just hear. But when I speak of two economies, sir, part of the challenge that comes with these two economies is that we exist on 166 square miles. And the challenge that Senator Walter spoke about this morning, about the overlapping and interaction of actors, is very real in these two economies. And what we may very well find is that there are good citizens, and I'm using that in inverted commas, in keeping with how the mighty sparrow saw good citizens. Those who oppress the poor make a mockery of the law and have the law protect them at the same time, while in a million different ways they violate the law. These no good bastards who oppress the poor. 1974, I think it was. So what we have in these two economies are people who operate at the formal level, but help to fund the informal level. And so when we ask questions about where the guns are coming from and how do all these drugs get into the country? But they're being funded probably by some very good citizens, in inverted commas. And of course, if we're going to get our communities back, the age-old problem of civics comes up again and again, what it means to be a citizen of this country, what it means to be a part of this republic that we call Barbados, and recognizing that my actions impact what happens to this country and how this country is seen. And so somewhere in the minds of our people, there should be this thing, but if I go into this crowd and shoot this gun, how will it affect my sister who works in the tourist industry? Or my mother who is a maid in a hotel? How does it affect the outlook of Barbados in the eyes of the international world? But nothing like that seems to cross the mind. This is as I was saying to the board of the school of which, the board of the school that I lead. You know, one of the most heart-wrenching things is when a little child comes before me and you know that they're in serious trouble because something they've done and they've struck a teacher. Once you strike a teacher in school, that's almost written off. But what I've been telling them is that some of these little boys don't have the mental capacity to reason that if I throw this bottle at him and it misses, it might hit somebody else. All they can focus on is throwing this bottle. And they grow up with that mindset until they get a gun in their hands. And so there needs to be intervention at the early stage, as was posited this morning, that we really need to get strong intervention. And I wish to commend the Ministry of Education, because one of the things that we are looking at is the whole idea of what happens to these children that are suspended, because the current facilities are overwhelmed because there's so many of them. And we really need to do something to make sure that they're in a place that can assist with their development. But my biggest challenge with this piece of legislation is, where should my empathy lie? Now, I'm very pleased to see that in Section 6, verse 1 and 2, it speaks to persons who carry out these acts around religious and educational institutions, and that is particularly important for me, and particularly for me. But I'm also happy to see that we've gotten tough with these stipulations in closing off some of the loopholes, because something has to be done somewhere, and it has to be done now. And so I've been torn. Recognize that some of these perpetrators, they're just older versions of the children that they were. Older versions of the little toddlers and primary school children that they were. They have not developed. And while I support the calls for social interventions and applaud the government in reaching out to religious institutions to help in this area, I am not at the point yet of patting some of these perpetrators on the back and saying, I got you, because they can do better. And the reason why I say they can do better, sir, is because this country offers you too many opportunities, man. There are too many opportunities available to you. Education, health care, all the other things, school meals, everything. But somehow I believe that what we are experiencing in our society, with the forgiveness of the psychologists and social practitioners, what we may be experiencing is a sense of social or somatic empathy. Somatic empathy, where you begin to feel the pain of others and believe that is your pain, that it is real. Or, I can pass? Yes, I got to pass. Or what will be referred to as cultural contagion, where people see something and they internalize it and it becomes a part of them, when it is far from their reality. And I believe that that is precisely the case in Barbados. A lot of the things that we say these young people are reacting to is not their reality. It may be the reality of someone in an inner city in the US somewhere. It may be the reality of somebody in Jamaica. But it's not your reality, not with all the opportunities you have. And we have to get serious about that. We have to get very serious about that, because when we look at it, we're 166 square miles. We don't produce a lot, but we give you a lot. Look around the world. Stop making excuses for these people. You have opportunities. Get serious. So some of our young people may be reacting to issues that are not their reality. Just this week, last week, I led a retreat for the clergy of the Kingston Diocese in Jamaica. It was online, but I led a retreat. And I was pointing out to them how Hurricane Melissa has brought them face to face with some of the everyday realities of the people in their country. What they would not have encountered had Melissa not come. So I pointed them, and the younger members of the chamber will not be able to recognize these songs because they were not born when some of these songs came up. But I pointed them towards Buju Banton, tell me how Massa God world run. And in one stanza he said, you know, the rich man had a chicken back to feed them dog them. And poor people can't find food to feed their children. You know, and that was a reality. But now most people have been brought to that reality because access to materials and food has been impeded by the passage of Melissa. Quite similarly, I spoke to them about the veal with this song, Giving Thanks. You all don't know these songs. I'll pull them up on YouTube after for the younger. But the veal was the one who asked the question, do you know what it's like to have no food to eat? Do you know what it's like to have nowhere to sleep? And these were way back in the 90s. And that was the reality of a lot of people. And here he was not simply talking about hunger. Everybody knows what it means to be hungry. What he's speaking about is the desperation when there's nothing anywhere. You don't know where the next meal is coming from. And I dare say that that is not the general experience of young people in Barbados. Certainly not of school age. And then, of course, brought them into experience of Richie Spice, which the younger ones may know. Earth a run red. 10-year-old look them want tea bread. Again, I don't know if that's the reality of the majority of young people in Barbados. We provide too many social services for this nonsense to be perpetuated in our society. But there's also the reality that I've been telling young people for a long time. Because the country provides you with an education doesn't mean it'll be capable of providing everybody with a job. That's one of the realities of our situation. And so we have to start looking outward. And there I can say, maybe, and I'll quote some Buju again, you all aren't born yet. What is to stop the youth from getting out of control? Full up an education but can't earn a payroll. And that was a reality. And I understand that that's a reality for some as well. But what is also the reality is our history. Our history where our foreparents told us, put your hand to what you can get until you could get something better. But everybody want to be a grave digger. Only the grave digger starts from the top. Everybody wants to start from the top. Start with what you can get until you can get something better. You tell a fellow go and work on the construction site, he ain't doing that. And let us take a look at our neighbor Cuba. You know many doctors in Cuba do menial tasks? Because you have to survive. You have to keep yourself and your family going. Work with what we have until we can get better. Yes, and leave here, and as one of our Calypsonians said in TC, go down Flatbush dodging in immigration and doing 10 jobs and so on in New York. Or as one sitting amongst us said, I don't know if I get this quote wrong. Here they won't raise a hand to cut a cane blade. Yes, I think I got that right, yes. Legendary John King. I cut cane, I let you know that, I cut cane. When I was in St. Kitts, I cut cane. We used to get a row of cane. The plantation used to give the boys a row of cane, and you come home after school and you cut what you could, and you got a few dollars at the end. And I went to lodge. I'm tired, sir. It's not that I don't love my young people and so on and understand some of the things they're going through, but I'm tired making excuses. I'm tired making excuses because my empathy has to lie elsewhere. My empathy has to lie with the elderly in our communities who feel imprisoned by our teenagers, who can't enjoy their life peacefully. My empathy has to be with the little children who can't run around in the streets anymore and go on the playground in their community. My empathy has to lie with the family of innocent victims of some of these heinous crimes. And if you may permit me, sir, the most recent murder we haven't had in our country on Wednesday was very dear to me. It was one of my former students at Ellerslie, one of my cricketers. Nice left arm spinner, left arm batsman, left-handed batsman. And he was a part of the winning team in the Sir Garfield Sobers International Tournament in 1997 when I coached them. Yes, I coached the team in He was one of the winners. He was there. And it was very sad, nowadays, you see things before you hear them, so you're scrolling through and then you see a face. And the headline under it says, he's gone. And I want to extend condolences to his family and all involved, his children, and pray for strength for them at this point in time as they go through this time of bereavement. But what bothered me, sir, was a story carried in one of our local newspapers where someone recounting the incident said, "We heard the shots, but we thought they were testing. We thought they were just testing, but then afterwards we heard more and we said, no man, they ain't testing." So it is a common thing to hear testing in our communities. And something is wrong with that. Something is very wrong with that. I can't imagine how I would live in a community with testing constantly, and it has become just background noise. But the one that still bothers me, sir, and permit me to mention this, I'm mentioning it for a different reason, was the death of Randy Salmon about 6 years ago. Not man, down on the bottom there by St. Winifred's. That still bothers me. It bothers me because of the story. And that man was about 14 or 15. He told his mom, Mom, I'm not taking in this work. I'm not understanding it. If you give me some money, I'll get some nuts and I'll go out and do my thing. And she took up the little she had and gave him the money, and that man would turn over his money. He could have gone on the block. He could have gone and done something nefarious. He turned over. And he wasn't one of these salesmen you pass him by hard. No. That man was there quietly, just doing his job. Every day in the burning sun and the rain. He was able to buy a little car, a little van. His daughter was at university. That man didn't get to see his daughter graduate. And when it all boils down, a 17-year-old admitted to shooting him and didn't even intend to shoot him. That bothers me. It should bother us all. And that's why this legislation is much needed and should be even more punitive. Because we have to get serious in this country. We're running a country here. Not a patty shop. If you want to do nonsense, there are things that will happen to people who do nonsense. And we have to stop making excuses for these people. And so I was very happy today when I heard the Attorney General said that there are stronger stipulations and we're covering these loopholes to make sure that we get everyone. And the only thing I can say, as I support this legislation, I will say to parents, I'll say especially to single mothers who are fighting to raise their sons and the sons are a little out of control, I'll go back to where we began. The slave code and the punitive laws thereafter were passed to control bucks and benches. If we're going to behave like bucks and wenches, laws will have to be passed to control us. Tie your children. And with those few words, I thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Cannon and Dr. Rogers. Senator Trim.
Mr. President, as I prepared for this debate, I spent some time trying to sort through my thoughts, particularly those, of course, on crimes, gangs, and ultimately the Criminal Gangs Prevention and Control Bill. I have to admit that my thoughts on this often differ, and they seem sometimes to be in conflict. I think about the social realities that have shaped many of the young people who find themselves caught up in crime and violence, and I listened to Reverend Rogers, and he mentioned that some of the things, such as being hungry and having nothing to eat, he didn't know that that was really a reality for a lot of, generally. So I want to say that there are many young people, and there are young people and children who live in poverty in Barbados, and that's something that we have been working on, but it still exists. I think about young people who grew up in neighborhoods like mine, who feel excluded, who come from broken homes, who come from bad and unstable home environments, who do not have the privilege of parents who will tell them to pause and steer them back on the right path, whose only influence are those on the block, and who exist in gangs and who feel excluded from society. I think about those young people often. I think about those who I hear and who I see and who I work with, who feel unseen, unheard, and who feel invisible to society. and who often exist without hope and who feel forgotten based on those circumstances. On other days, on the days that I feel as though every time I look on social media, there is a fight, there is an argument, there is a murder, there is a shooting, there is a stabbing, there is conflict, I think about the families who have lost loved ones. My mind runs to the persons who I went to school with, who grew up in my community, who I have gone to their funerals and had to say rest in peace and gone too soon because they were exceptionally young. I think about them. I think about going to a funeral of one of my childhood friends and hearing the pastor plead with his brothers not to retaliate because vengeance belongs to the Lord. That covers me. I think about the elderly people who I hear talk about how their routines have changed and how nervous they are to leave home. I think about the fact that the apartment that we live in now was broken into before, the building upstairs, and the fear that the persons who lived above felt when that break-in happened and the brazenness of that attack, because that is part of the challenge that we are facing. It's not done in the dark. It's not done where there are no children, no people. It's done in schools. It's done everywhere. And so when I consider this, and I think about the law-abiding citizens who go to work every day, who try to raise families, who are simply going about their day trying to contribute positively, that find themselves dealing with the of persons who seem to only know recklessness and disorder, I am reminded that while we must understand the circumstances that contribute to crime, we cannot allow those circumstances to become an excuse for violence and disorder in this country. And as I prepared for this debate, I realized that these two perspectives and this thought in my head, they're not in conflict. And so I definitely understand and I acknowledge, like I said, all the socioeconomic realities that there are that make individuals vulnerable, but I also believe very much in agency and self-determination. And so I believe that criminal behavior must have consequences. We can have compassion as a government, as policymakers, as legislators, without surrendering our commitment to protect Barbados and Barbadians. And so, Mr. President, it is from that perspective that I wish to approach this debate today. Complexity of the social issues surrounding crime, but also recognizes the duty of any responsible government, and indeed this government, to ensure that the rule of law is upheld and that anarchy does not reign. I believe strongly that, like many of the legislation passed by this administration, that once again this debate is about determining the kind of Barbados that we want, but also the kind of Barbados that we are willing to defend, and whether we are prepared to defend the values that have long defined us as a people. It is also about whether we will allow fear and violence to reshape how our communities function and how we live our lives. And when I say we, I do not simply mean the government. I do not simply mean the cabinet or those who serve in either house or the police, Mr. President. When I say we, I'm talking about we as Barbadians. And I want to say that I'm also aware, and I've heard it, I've seen it on social media, I listened to my friends talk about it. We are tired of the nonsense, the news of another shooting, cut short by gun or by jail, and we're tired of seeing mothers bury sons and children without parents. And so this bill is a response to that collective exhaustion that this country is feeling. It is a response to the frustration that ordinary Barbadians feel. And I heard Senator Walters when he spoke earlier, and one of the things that I noted, and I had to double check because I remember seeing it and feeling very confused about the response, was that when invited to the advisory committee, a clear message was sent that the Democratic Labour Party would not engage the government on crime on that invitation. And so when we talk about this bill and the frustration that we feel and addressing it as a collective and understanding that we all have to put our hands to the plow because this is not one person being impacted, I find it very interesting to take any political approach and the individual, any approach that does not recognize that we all have a role to play in finding solutions, but we all have a role as well to play in contributing to those solutions. And so we have to, as a country, address the root causes of crime. We must confront those who deliberately exploit these conditions for criminal gain. And while there are many social factors that contribute to vulnerability, there is nothing accidental about a gang. Gangs recruit, gangs organize, gangs intimidate, gangs exploit, and they identify weaknesses within our communities and seek to use them for their benefit. One of the other things that struck me as I prepared for this debate is that gangs are a distortion of the very things that human beings seek, which is belonging. Every young person does not grow up at the same starting point. Every young person does not grow up with the same resources available to them. And so when we look at homes that are affected by conflict, instability, or neglect, that are struggling with the absence of a parent or positive role models, when young people are carrying mental burdens and traumas that many do not see, and even few can understand, and few actually make an effort to actually understand, gang recruiters have an opening. And they don't come to you and say, come along, let me ruin your life. That is not the conversation that they have. They don't advertise prison sentences. And you might think to yourself, well, that is a natural consequence. They don't advertise the funerals. But what they offer is the belonging that you seek. They offer friendship. They offer status. They offer protection for persons who might come from abusive households. They offer quick money to people who want money, who do not have, who might wear shoes that have holes in them, who might be being bullied at schools. And they make young people feel a level of respect. And it is a distortion of what respect is, a distortion of belonging, a distortion of feeling part of something, but these things become criminal activity. One of the things that I want to touch on in the Criminal Gangs Prevention and Control Bill is that it focuses heavily and it makes note that young people and children are not merely offenders, they're targets. And so the bill recognizes that gang recruitment itself is a harm, in much the same way that the Child Protection Bill recognizes that children must also be protected from criminal exploitation. A gang that recruits a child is not simply gaining a member, it is exploiting a child's or a young person's vulnerability, manipulating their needs. And so from this very perspective, the legislation can be viewed not only as a criminal control measure, but also as a child protection measure. And Section 6.1, a person who recruits a child to a gang commits an offense and is liable on indictment to imprisonment for not less than 10 years and not more than 25 years. And then it also goes on to note that a person on the premises who recruits on the premises of a school or a place of worship or within 500 meters of a school or a place of worship is liable to 15 to 25 years. And so it also establishes, to some extent, safe zones because the minimum penalty is higher. And so it recognizes that children have to be protected because they are more vulnerable. And I also want to say that if we accept that gangs are exploiting vulnerabilities within our society, then we must also acknowledge the work that has been done to address these vulnerabilities before they manifest themselves as criminal behaviors. Too often when we talk about crime, we focus exclusively on arrests, prosecutions, and punishment. Yet long before a young person actually becomes involved in a gang, there are opportunities to intervene. As someone who has worked in the NGO space for an exceptionally long time, I want to say that over the years, Barbados has invested quite a lot in the NGO space and in programs. But I also want to say more than I have ever seen before in my life. And I've been there from since I was about 14 years of age. Maybe last year to some. And so, I existed in it in a time when we saw funding cut for youth organizations. We saw the funding rolled back. We saw issues of persons having to leave university. And I don't think that we made the connections to how these things impact people, how they impact young people, and how their effects are lasting on people. Not being able to go to university, get a degree, not being able to participate in certain activities can change the trajectory of a life in a way that sometimes people find difficult to regain their footing and find themselves once again. And so in these opportunities for intervention, and there are quite a few, but one I want to touch on because it was mentioned before is the National Peace Program. And I think it is unfortunate that the National Peace Program has been reduced to very simplistic talking points in some interests, in some ways, or political sound bites. And that there are those who attempted to paint the program as one that merely engaged with criminal elements. But that characterization, Mr. President, ignores both the intent and the reality of the work being done, because the peace program was not meant to simply take over the job being done by many of the CSO, the NGOs across, and the CSOs across the island. And it was founded on the recognition that if we are serious about reducing violence, we must be prepared to engage with those who are most vulnerable to becoming involved in it. But it is not enough to simply prevent. We also had to intervene in those who were already involved in it to steer them in another direction. Because we have to be prepared to work with young people who want to change their circumstances, who want to leave violence behind. And so the program has engaged with young people in a way that recognizes that young people need different types of skills to fill different gaps, that every young person does not need the same intervention. And so the program has provided employment opportunities to some. It has also provided skills training and mentorship. Some have counseling, some needed help managing anger and frustration, and some simply needed someone to listen. And if we delve into some of the programs which are supported by the National Peace Program, you have the Skills for Life program, and that program engages, and it's been in the media recently, it engages with young men to teach them various skills. You can learn bartending, they were doing landscaping, auto mechanics, and they're also exposed to self-development and soft skills. And I remember going to the launch of the program and hearing one of the young men talk about his interaction with the peace program and how he was in jail. He had been in prison before, and he described himself as possibly the worst of the worst. And he said, while engaging with them, it made him realize that he could do something different. And so he's now very much, due to a program that they had, he's now into music and producing music and creating music. And so it unlocked a skill in him, and he's given his life to Christ, and he's made a turnaround. And this is information that has been shown in some of the videos that the Peace Program has shared as well. There's also the Boys on the Rise program, and it's an early intervention initiative targeting younger boys to address behavioral challenges through mentorship, structured activities and parental involvement. There's an entrepreneurship and personal development program. Recently, they had a dominoes competition in order to make sure and it moved through the country so that younger people could engage with older persons in an intergenerational engagement, and for them that allowed for persons to be mentored. And we underplay the importance of sports. You have to meet young people where they are. And if you go through any community in Barbados, maybe even this evening, you will see boys outside playing football. You'll see maybe girls playing netball, road tennis, and the list goes on. And so in order for me to first get a vulnerable young person to a program, it means that I need to attract them. They have to come. Going to them is not enough. And so these sports programs help me to get a foot in the door to engage them. And then anything else can follow. So the kinds of coaches that I have there, the kinds of persons who come to do the soft skills, they're engaged. And that in itself is where the impact happens. And crime is loud. We know when crimes happen. We don't know when someone changes the trajectory of a life oftentimes. We don't know the moment in which you realize this is not the path that I want to take. And so crime prevention doesn't always come across, and these interventions aren't always these bold headlines that we see in the media and in the newspaper. We don't know how many young people interacted with somebody who did something, who got an internship, who engaged in some activity that helped them to make a decision, like I said before, that changed the trajectory of their life in a positive way. The senator talked as well about jobs and first jobs, and I understand. We all have to start somewhere. My first summer job was as a tour guide at the Barbados Museum, and my second job was at a bakery in Sheraton. And it was an interesting experience, but I remember when I was paid, I would be so frustrated because at that point I was contributing to my school fees at University of the West Indies. I had to pay bus fare. At that point, my mother was like, you have a job. That means you could do some more stuff to help around the house because I come from a lower income family. I was frustrated most days about the pay that I received. And I talk to young people all the time, and one of the things that they struggle with is going to work and not feeling as though they're seeing anything from that money or from the work that they've done at the end of the week. There is a level of frustration as well when we have companies that treat young people exceptionally poorly. Moreover, we have companies that want you for an entry-level position but expect you to have 5 years of experience. And I want to say that the Job Start program is one of those programs, and I've interacted with some of those young people at my workplace who have gone through the Job Start program, and I know some of them have been able to keep the jobs that they were attached to. The other thing is that internships sound great, but unpaid internships are elitist. You are required to have clothes to go to work. My hair has to be done. You want me in proper shoes because if I look musty, or I look bad, sorry, it means that I am untidy and unprofessional. The government has said we are going to pay you, I think it's 50% of the rate that you would get at a job. And so that helps you to be able to offset some of the costs, because if you are going to change somebody's environment, they have to be able to get to work and to get back home, and that is a cost that some families cannot. And so when I say all these things, I am saying this because I believe that we take for granted how many opportunities, and I agree with Senator Rogers, we take for granted how many opportunities are out there. But there's always more that can be done. There's always more that is needed. But can we rest this solely at the feet of the government? And the answer is no. Society requires us to all pitch in, to all chip in, to give of our time to volunteer in our communities. The Boy Scouts and the Girl Guides are screaming for people to come and mentor and to engage. Boy Scouts has more women than men. I believe that should concern us. We are looking around and we are seeing that NGOs cannot find people to support them. They're struggling for sponsorship. And if you are saying to young people to volunteer, to give back, to do all of these things, then it cannot simply be the expectation that the government is going to do all of these things. So every time I see private sector companies invest in programs and initiatives, particularly by partnering with youth NGOs, I am particularly pleased because we do not need to reinvent the wheel. And I am not suggesting that every intervention succeeds or that every individual embraces the opportunities placed before them, because when we say you could take a horse to water but you cannot make it drink, we don't simply mean the ones at the garrison. It means that I can do all I can for somebody, to place the opportunities right in front of them, and some people will turn away. And we have to be willing to accept that reality. We have to be willing to accept that as much as we do, there will be a small few, and I want to say at this point that it is not a vast majority of young people who are doing these actions. And so when we talk about restructuring programs, yes, we should ask why some young people are engaging or receiving the programs in the same way. But dismantling a program that serves 500 where you see 480 coming out, or you see the vast majority coming out successful, defeats the purpose to me. But you have to ask yourself, is there another way to capture the ones that we have lost? So we cannot abandon prevention and intervention. So the bill before us is important, and it is necessary because prevention and intervention are not sufficient on their own. There will always be those individuals that reject opportunities, those who will continue to recruit, intimidate, exploit, and terrorize. There will always be those who choose to profit from violence or who choose the easy way. And for those people, suppression is necessary. And so, Mr. President, I believe that we can hold two truths to be true. I believe that two facts to be true. I believe that we are mature enough as a society to hold two ideas in our mind, that we must believe in second chances, but also believe in consequences, in rehabilitation, but accountability, prevention and intervention, but recognize that there are individuals who are actively trying to undermine those efforts. Every right with it carries a corresponding responsibility. The right to opportunity comes with the responsibility to pursue those opportunities lawfully. The right to freedom comes with the responsibility to reject criminality. The right to belong comes with the responsibility to contribute positively to the communities and the societies in which we exist. That is one of the most basic pacts. When individuals reject those responsibilities, the state has not only a right, but a responsibility to act. Mr. President, this is not a gentle bill. It is not intended to be. It is a strong piece of legislation that some might argue is too harsh, that it extends too far into family and friends. But I would argue that the seriousness of its provisions reflects the seriousness of the problem which we now confront. Legislators do not create offenses of significant penalties of this nature unless they have come to the conclusion that ordinary measures no longer suffice. Mr. President, there are some offenses where society can afford to be lenient. There are some offenses where education and a warning is sufficient. But the offenses in this act are not such. The severity of this bill reflects the severity of the threat. Recognizing that social realities contribute to crime does not mean that Barbados must accept criminality. At some point, Mr. President, every society reaches a moment where it must draw a line I believe that Barbados has reached that moment and that this bill is such a line. We have spent years discussing the causes of crime, poverty, inequality, opportunity, family structures, and social exclusion. These conversations are important and they must continue and they will continue. The interventions are important and they must continue and will continue through the Social Empowerment Agency, the Adopt a Family Program, the 1,000 Families Program, and all the other programs that have sought to address these challenges in a comprehensive way. But while we discuss causes, communities are demanding action. While we discuss causes, families are grieving. While we discuss causes, law-abiding citizens are asking a simple question: how many more, and when is enough enough? To those who genuinely want to change their lives, Barbados will continue to support you. To those who are searching for opportunity, Barbados will continue to invest in you. To those who are willing to contribute positively to society, Barbados will continue to open doors. But the time, Mr. President, as I close for excuses, has ended. The time for the rationalizations has ended. The time for believing that anybody should behavior has ended. Actions have consequences. Choices have consequences. And if you choose to engage in organized criminal activity, if you choose to prey upon vulnerable young people, if you choose to spread fear and violence throughout our communities, then you must be prepared to face the consequences that flow from those choices. And through this bill, this government and this parliament is saying that we have a responsibility and that we will protect you. And it is for that simple reason, Mr. President, that I support this bill and I am obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Tripp. If there are no speakers, we'll close the bill. Senator Goodrich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sir, thank you, and good evening at this time to all the other honorable members who are here. And today I'm going to have a meaningful discussion on the Criminal Gangs Prevention and Control Bill 6. Now, sir, let me just start by saying that I unequivocally support the fundamental objectives of this bill, right? And no person right now in Barbados can deny that Barbados is facing a troubling evolution in criminal activity. And no person, Mr. President, could rightfully stand and say that gangs do not really exist in Barbados, and it's just groups who are operating in isolation, because currently in this country that we live in, we know what is happening. We've heard about all the gun-related activities, and we know the mothers cry, and we know, sir, that we have to respond to these criminal offenses in a way that is robust and decisive, and in a way that will bring rectification to this gang issue in Barbados. Because, sir, we know the borders are open. We do regional integration. We have CARICOM. There's a possibility that, gangs can come in. Not all the gangs may be from Barbados. We've opened the doors, and these are things that could happen. So any responsible government would not have to wait till hundreds of persons die in a country to implement such a piece of legislation, because this implementation of this bill is so important, because at the end of the day, the funeral homes are getting money. when many of the youngsters die daily in this country. And that is a reality, sir, because we cannot allow any young person who would even think that being in a gang is cool to believe that they will not get a governmental response that would subject them to refrain from conducting themselves in such gang behavior in this country. Now, sir, the rise in gang-related violence, the proliferation of firearms, the increasing brazenness of criminal enterprises, and the devastating loss of life we have witnessed in the recent years, sir. And because of that, we need this bill. And because of that, I support the bill. And the only way that this bill will not get my support will be if going through this bill, and as I know from being in the Senate, I have to go through certain clauses in the committee stage. If going through this bill, I can detect any abuse of powers by any authority, or if there's any infringement on the constitutional rights, and I hear my learned friend speaking there, and that is true. I went through the bill. And in going through the bill, I will point out things, but we're not in the committee stage yet. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. So if when we get there, I will point out what I have to point out. So, sir, our citizens deserve to feel safe in their homes, safe in their communities, and confident that those who engage in this organized criminal activity will be brought to justice. So the time is now where we cannot sit here and allow anybody in society to believe that they will not be brought to justice when they are involving themselves in gang activity. So therefore, this bill represents an important acknowledgement, sir, that modern gangs are not simply a group of individuals committing isolated offenses. They are increasingly structured organizations that recruit, intimidate, facilitate criminal activity, traffic firearms and drugs, and undermine public confidence in our institutions. Sir, let me pause and remind this honorable minister in this Senate that we have rules and orders to follow. And I'm the one who's speaking now. So I don't want any French station connection interrupting my speech, because he said before that it was a Spanish station interrupting his speech. So I don't want no French station interrupting mine, sir. So, sir, I listen carefully. I always listening. So in that regard, sir, the bill contains several commendable provisions. It appropriately recognizes the modern gangs, the structures of them, by criminalizing not only those who carry out criminal acts, but those who direct, recruit, facilitate, finance, and materially support criminal organizations. It targets the very networks that allow gang activity to flourish, and it acknowledges that some of the most dangerous individuals, sir, may never personally pull the trigger. And that is key about this bill, sir. That we're not just looking at the individuals who pull the trigger daily, we are looking at the ones who are behind the scenes, the ones who are influencing others, and that, Mr. President, will not be tolerated in this country. Now, sir, this bill focuses on the firearms and organized violence. It is both timely and it is definitely necessary. So given the increase in the gun-related murders and shootings in Barbados, sir, stronger legislative tools are definitely needed in this time. We have to disrupt the supply chains, the command structures, and the support systems that enable these crimes. We have to disrupt them. Sir, additionally, the provisions protecting the judicial officers and the jurors from intimidation. This is a pressing matter because I know that there's a trust issue going on in Barbados where people, even the witnesses, feel so afraid. They feel as though they are intimidated. They don't even want to go to the police. And we see it in our neighboring country happening a lot in Trinidad, where sometimes even the witnesses are approached and are afraid to speak out, sir. So we need to have that relationship of trust so that when witnesses see an issue, offense being committed, and they recognize this gang activity, they are not afraid to call the police station and say, this is what I've seen. So this legislation, when I read it, sir, has to protect the witnesses. Now, I noticed from reading the legislation, it doesn't directly say witnesses, but I would say, well, okay, if I'm reading the section talking about the retaliatory orders, I think I have it right. Let me double check so that I don't speak French myself. So in that
Order.
So in that section 16.
Order, senators. Let me hear Senator Givers, please.
Thank you. See, Mr. President wants to hear me. And sir, today I wear my winter jacket because I thought in here would be cold. But I didn't realize there would be so much heat coming from the other side in this Senate. But I will continue, sir. I will continue. So, yes, it doesn't particularly state the word witnesses. But I would say if witnesses are being intimidated in any form or fashion, whether it be judicial officers or witness, we are saying no, we will not tolerate it. And the penalty should be harsh when it comes to that, sir. Sir, while I support the intent of the bill, I believe that there are areas that require some careful refinements if this legislation is both effective and constitutionally sound. One of my first concerns relates to the definitions that were contained in the bill, yes? The success or failure of any criminal statute, sir, often depends upon the precision of its language. So several terms that carry significant legal consequences are either undefined or insufficiently defined. So these include words such as counsel or counseling, facilitation, encourage, support, benefits, and association. Oh, it's a simple request, just to have those terms clearly defined. And I say that because the term counseling could be problematic because a youth worker may counsel a young person to leave a gang, a pastor may counsel a congregant against criminal activity, a parent may counsel a child to get back on a straight and narrow path. All of that is counseling. An attorney at law provides legal counsel. Without a statutory definition is my point, sir. That clearly links counseling to the encouragement or promotion of criminal. Without a statutory definition, sir, that would clearly link counseling to the encouragement or promotion of criminal gang activity, the legislation risks ambiguity and unintended interpretation. Now, that is not something that is new to us, sir. This happens. Ambiguity happens. Interpretation is necessary. That's why you have the law courts there for. That is why when one person interprets counseling as something and another person interprets it as something else, that's why you need a judicial judge there for. Because you're going to interpret it as one thing, I'm going to interpret it as another if the legislation does not clearly define the matter.
Honourable Senators, just keep your sidebar discussions a little more quiet, please. We're hearing a bit of buzz. We want to hear the Senator quite clearly. in making their contribution. Press on, Senator Goodrich.
So, sir, I therefore respectfully suggest that consideration would be given to the language that more explicitly criminalizes counseling, directing, advising, or encouraging a person to participate in criminal gang activity, thereby
What do you raise,
removing...
Senator Trim? Just a second. What do you raise?
On a point of order,
What's the point of order?
the honourable member is misleading the House. Section 9 of the bill explicitly states that a person who knowingly counsels, gives instructions, or guidance to, finances in any manner, or otherwise provides support to a gang leader, gang member, or gang in furtherance of his participation, and so it clearly defines counseling within Section 9 of the bill.
Thank you, Senator Trim. Senator Goodrich is offering her opinion on that. She's entitled to do so.
That's right, sir.
Yes. Press on, Senator Goodrich.
Thank you, sir. So, sir, as I said, I know that Honourable Senator would have only referred to the counseling, but it is clear, and as you have ruled, there are other words there that I have pointed to. But I will move forward, sir, because I've already made my point. So, sir, I was also concerned about the approach taken toward gang membership. Because while the criminalization of gang membership may appear attractive from a public policy perspective, international experience suggests that membership alone is often difficult to prove, yes, and may create constitutional difficulties. So tattoos, clothing, social media associations, friendships, or presence within certain communities may all be cited as indicators of membership, yet many law-abiding citizens could find themselves fitting one or more of these descriptions. Countries such as Canada have largely moved toward criminalizing participation in criminal organizations rather than mere membership, sir. Such an approach may provide a stronger evidentiary basis, and I must say, like it, while reducing the risk of guilty by association. Because as I said, sir, it is difficult to prove. Sir, I continue. Sir, when the Minister of Criminal Justice and Legal Affairs was speaking, he would have mentioned a section about the police and the arrest without a warrant. And I would say that I noted it. Yes, it's in the legislation. And I just have a concern with it, because I want to also state that making an application to a judge optional could be abused. There is the possibility. And as the bill is written, the police may choose not to apply to a judge and therefore keep that person in custody for a long time. I know the legislation speaks to the 72 hours, but we know that in Barbados, sir, that there's always some tug of war. It happens between the police officers and the offenders. And any defense attorney would know. Yes, the suspects. Good, thank you for that correction, my Honourable Minister. So, sir, where it is, this scenario may be effectively addressed by not giving the police that option, but requiring them to apply to a judge for a detention extension. I have no issue if so. I just wanted to make that clear, sir, because these are key things that are important, because at the end of the day, if a police is using just reasonable suspicion, sir, we know that reasonable suspicion or reasonable grounds must be clearly known to everybody and to the public. Sir, I want to refer you to a case also to the public. The public is supposed to know everything. The European Court of Human Rights in this learned case, Brogan against the United Kingdom 1988, held that prolonged detention without charge requires rigorous judicial scrutiny. So once that's there, no problem. Senator Goodrich would say, yes, we support that. So similarly, Commonwealth courts have consistently maintained, and this is the law, sir, I'm reading and quoting from. Yeah, it's not binding, but this is the law, sir. This is case law. This is what you use in court. Similarly,
please note, Senator Goodrich.
The Commonwealth Court.
Senator Goodrich, please note for the record, as you're going to be quoting and citing, you need to make it a document of the Senate as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Press on.
Yes, sir. So we can add this as a document of the Senate, sir, with your permission. Thank you. So the Commonwealth courts have consistently maintained, in this case it was said, this is a principle of law, that preventative detention
Sorry,
policy
just cite the case and give so anyone who wants to check it, what's the case again?
Brogan against United Kingdom.
Please ignore them. Just press on, please.
Sir,
press on, Senator Goodrich.
even if I withdraw the case, I would still use the principle from the case because the principle is still relevant to now.
No, honourable senators, I'm having. Senator Goodrich, just cite the case and press on, please. Anyone who has a challenge with it will say so in their presentation. We're not at committee stage, so there's no back and forth debate on the matter. Cite your case and press on with your argument. This is your argument, you press on, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So while the bill requires review by the Commissioner of Police and eventual judicial approval, concerns remain regarding the broad threshold of reasonable suspicion and the possibility of detention based on intelligence that may never be tested in an open court. Sir, another area too that I wanted to look at today, sir, is the concern with the burden of proof. So the Privy Council, sir, has repeatedly emphasized that the presumption of innocence as a cornerstone is the cornerstone of constitutional democracy. So in the case of the Attorney General of Hong Kong against Lee Kong Q, 1993 AC 951, the Privy Council warned against legislative provisions that effectively shift the burden of proof or permit convictions based upon presumptions unsupported by clear evidence. So, sir, before going into the Section 11, subsection 2, which places a burden on the accused to prove that he did not know that a firearm or a prohibited weapon will be used in a gang-related activity, I would say I urge the Senate to recognize that it is the onus of the prosecution to prove his case beyond reasonable doubt. Right, sir. So, sir, my recommendations.
So, sorry, Senator, before you make the recommendation, please pass the document on to the clerk so that if other members want to check your laid document, they can do so. Yes. Thank you very much. Please continue.
Sir, I know that even though we're discussing the bill, I do agree with the minister that legislation alone is not going to solve the gang problem. I would add, yes, it would take community help. I know it would take help from the churches. Yes, that is important. So I don't expect that if we do vote today in support of the bill, that it will solve every issue. But I was pleased today to hear that there are crime prevention programs in place, because the crime prevention programs are necessary to aid and to help with this scenario that could affect tourism in the country. Because people are coming into our country, and tourists would be scared, and tourism still is regarded as the bread and butter of the country, because Barbados, of course, needs to do more investment planning to ensure that tourism is not really the main bread and butter of the country, sir. So I also believe, sir, that we need to have more national public information campaigns that would target everyone. Because of course the legislation is being passed now, but there would have been persons before this legislation would be enacted that would have been involved in gangs, whether in membership or in association or what's not, sir. So, sir, I know that the passing of this bill will be a surprise to many of the persons who will, because you see photo ops and association, they were invited to some of the governmental initiatives or activities, and they might have believed that they can take pictures with certain ministers and what's not. You know, sir, those are things that happen, but this legislation will send a clear message to them that, look, they will run tonight, cash it. And it is something that they have to understand, that the government is not tolerating, no matter the photo op, sir. Now, sir, I will mention one more minor thing, and I will say it now before we get to committee stage, that there was a misplacement, there was an error, sorry, in labeling the third schedule of the bill. And sir, I thank you so much for listening to me today. That's the end of my submission.
Thank you very much, Senator Goodrich. Senator Rainford.
Big shoes to fill. That's no problem. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all. Mr. President, Senate colleagues, and broader Barbados. Today, we're given the opportunity to deep dive and debate over the Criminal Gangs Prevention and Control Bill for 2026, which is a comprehensive anti-gang bill designed to criminalize gang membership, recruitment, facilitation, financing, harboring, intimidation, retaliation, and other gang-related conduct. As a 38-year-old Barbadian, I feel blessed with this opportunity to review and debate such an important piece of legislation in our island's future. But I feel sad at the same moment, and I am also scared. I feel sad because I have watched this country evolve into a Netflix series over the last 2 decades. No government, no opposition, no religious faith, school, private sector, nor citizen is spared the blame, as we have all sat through this negative evolution of our society. I can't speak in hindsight and say that we knew what to do, because we have possibly never experienced the pace of crime evolution in our history like we are experiencing today. This has also made me very scared as a citizen and a businessman and a person involved in cultural activities. As Senator Reverend Rogers mentioned, the sad story of the passing of the Nut Man, that was a murder. My good friend, past national swimmer and probably one of the best in the Caribbean, Nicholas Mears, gunned down and just outside of Rowan's Park, a neighborhood that you would never associate with gang violence. So it seems it can touch us at anywhere. And he was just selling coconut water on a Sunday morning. One that we didn't speak to, which I think some of the younger senators might know from our age group, and probably one of the best young footballers ever in Barbados history, Sherwin Success. Lyman, amongst his friends, got up and was also taken. So the intent of this legislation is to give law enforcement expanded powers to investigate gangs, detain suspects, and prosecute not only direct offenders, but also those who support criminal organizations. The bill also creates enhanced protections for witnesses, jurors, prosecutors, and judicial officers. Legislation is clearly aimed at disrupting organized criminal networks before serious offenses occur, rather than merely punishing for completed crimes. I wholeheartedly support such a bill, yet I'm still amazed at the depth that we have to go to in order to protect our society in 2026. I grew up hearing that youths are the future of tomorrow. Yet tomorrow never comes for over 270 youths over the last few years who have died mainly because of gun violence. And according to numerous reports, it is gang-related. We are in a position in our country's history that we must now act, not play politics, and not leave any stone unturned. I care nothing for who you vote for, how much money you have, nor which neighborhood you're from, when it comes to securing our future as a country and society. The key features of the bill: there's a broad definition of a gang. A gang is defined as any association of 3 or more persons that engage in criminal activity, intimidation, violence, or obtains material benefit through gang-related activity. The group need not to have a formal structure, name, insignia, territory, or hierarchy. There's also gang membership becomes a serious criminal offense. Typically, penalties range from 10 to 25 years imprisonment, with enhanced penalties for gang leaders and corrupt law enforcement officers. There's criminalization of recruitment, recruiting children and adults, encouraging or coercing gang membership and recruiting near schools and places of worship. Also targeting gang support networks, persons that finance gangs or counsel gang members, harbor them, and conceal gang activity or permit property, vehicles, aircraft, or ships to be used for gang activity, as well as tip off suspects regarding investigations. We also witness and justice system protection. The bill imposes severe penalties for retaliation against witnesses, informants, victims, prosecutors, judges, and jurors, as well as enhanced police powers in terms of detaining suspects for up to 72 hours without a charge, and able to apply to a judge for detention up to 7 days. We're watching a time in our history where persons are going to shopping malls, outside schools to pick up their children, outside family homes to pick up loved ones, neighborhood lineman spots, or playing dominoes on the blocks, going to party cruises, and even, for the Reverend, Grand Kadooment Parade. But guess what? People are still firing guns with intent to kill, whether it's one person or in an audience of thousands. There are countless robbery attempts even caught on CCTV cameras. There are online comments about bike and car robberies. There are squabbles which lead to gunshots, as of recently, even seen at the Car Rally Festival the past weekend, as well as other gangs, all based on the gang culture and criminal intent of its members to facilitate illegal trade, retaliation, and fear. And then some of the activities are not gang-related, however, they mirror very similar activities and you won't know if they are until people are arrested and interrogated. The intent of the bill and its strengths of focus are to attack criminal organizations rather than individual crimes. And one of the strongest features of the bill is that it targets the structure and operation of gangs themselves, making it harder for criminal organizations to insulate its leaders from direct criminal acts. There's also strong protection for children. Penalties for recruiting children and recruiting near to schools and places of worship. It also addresses gang intimidation, especially as we are in a very tiny island such as Barbados. It targets corrupt officials, as well as flexible evidentiary framework. And it also protects against geographic profiling. As much as government and opposition may celebrate the strengths of the bill, we must also focus on its weaknesses and areas of improvement. The gang membership is a very broad definition. This wording may be overly broad and could potentially capture family members, romantic partners, community workers, religious leaders, persons attempting rehabilitation efforts, depending on the arresting moment and what is said in the report. And the legislation would benefit from requiring proof of intentional participation in criminal objectives. We also have the risk of criminalizing association rather than conduct. Instead, why not focus on mandatory, lengthy punishment of contribution to society for non-violent acts? These may include roadworks, drainage work, public housing building, and I will speak further to this as we go on. Extensive reliance on circumstantial evidence. The evidentiary provisions permit reliance on associations, statements, communications, shared proceeds, assistance to gang members. While useful operationally, there's potential for overreach if evidentiary standards are not rigorously applied. Detention powers could raise civil liberties concerns as well. Holding a suspect for up to 72 hours and potentially up to 7 days without judicial approval. The realities, and we've heard many stories before of what can and cannot happen while someone is being detained in beautiful Barbados. There's also a heavy emphasis on punishment. No prevention strategy listed. No rehabilitation provisions, no gang exit program, no youth diversion framework, nor no community intervention requirements. This simply means it addresses symptoms more than causes. And there's a lack of asset disruption mechanisms in place inside of the legislation in terms of gang asset forfeiture, financial disruption, unexplained wealth investigations, and freezing gang control assets a little bit more in depth. For organized crime, following the money is often more effective than imprisonment alone. Families and businesses that also benefit from the proceeds of criminal activity through gangs should have those fortunes taken away. Play foolish games, then you get a foolish return. Majority of society can't be hustling legally to make a living, and then some are just balling off of criminal activities. This applies to a small and a large man in society, to the front face of gangs and the back end of gangs. We must follow the trail because it isn't always what society likes to think it is. That is the block, and it's the bad boys and the girls lining on the block. Society must also acknowledge that worldwide there have been government officials, private sector, big boys and girls, faith-based organizations, and even the granny and grandpa in the community that have been involved in leading gangs, but from the back end. I'm not ignorant to these realities, and I don't think anyone in 2026 is ignorant as well to these realities, and all need to be punished. Mr. President, colleagues, I digress to give one story. During my time as the national coach of the Barbados water polo team, in my early years, I had a crop of very talented youngsters who were eager to make themselves more than what they were at the time and to represent the country. However, as is common in sport, athletes were still paying their way, especially junior athletes. And he went to a very well-respected school here in Barbados, and he was raised in one of the neighborhoods who, from time to time, have had troubling gang atmosphere amongst them in the environs. One day, he and I were talking, and he told me that today was going to be his last day because it has become too difficult to continue trying to represent the country while having to pay for everything and help his mother at home and juggle school. I understand the point he was making, and I offered to coach him through this period and help him find support. However, the next statement he told me is what has stuck with me for the next 15 years. He told me, sir, right now my focus is on the 3 Gs, guns, girls, and ganja. I asked him if he was joking, and he said, no, I'm very serious. That's where the money is and where the respect is. We had a different conversation after that and continued to practice. And now if I fast forward time, this same young man looked up to one of the mentors in his neighborhood area, of which one I mentioned earlier, who actually played football against myself, Sherwin Success. And as I mentioned, he was gunned down. And this was a rude awakening to the youngster that I taught. As I was his other male figure and mentor in his life, and to this day, we're still in touch. Furthermore, he checks on me even more than I am able to check on him. I'm always checking on my well-being as I progress in life with the different responsibilities that are before me. He is supporting right now legally his family. He's always rooting for his daughter and his mother. And as I mentioned, he continues to check on me, especially after I lost my father. I tell this story because it could have been another little girl without a father, a mother without a son, friends without another talented friend, if not for a wake-up call occurring. Sadly, the wake-up call was death to his friend, a brother, a son, and a lover of someone. There are further areas that this bill can continue to evolve and be stronger, Mr. President, and I recommend the next 10 points for consideration. Create a gang exit and rehabilitation program. Add a statutory framework allowing gang members to renounce gang membership, participate in rehabilitation, receive counseling, obtain job training, and receive sentence reductions for successful disengagement. And this would encourage defections and weaken gangs from within before they get up to St. Philip. Introduce witness protection measures. Yes, we are in a very tiny island, but the larger countries have larger populations and they seem to get it done as well. Establish civil gang injunctions, allow courts to issue orders restricting gang members from associating with one another, entering designated high-risk zones, possessing, attending certain events. As we know, many of the recent murders were after or outside public events. We even had people chasing each other down the mighty Griner Highway, shooting through thousands of people. Add asset forfeiture and unexplained wealth provisions. So permit authorities to seek freezing orders, confiscation orders, forfeiture of gang assets, and recovery of proceeds derived from gang activity. This directly attacks gang finances, of which we spoke to earlier. Narrow the definition slightly of a gang member. Require proof that the person knowingly participated in gang criminal objectives and intended to advance or facilitate gang criminality. And create youth prevention measures. Add provisions requiring government agencies to develop, alongside the private sector, school intervention programs, community mentorship programs, violence interruption initiatives, employment opportunities for at-risk youth. Long-term gang suppression requires prevention as well as enforcement. Some of these programs are done, as we know, in a smaller capacity, but it can also be enhanced. We need to add anti-corruption and intelligence provisions. Consider mandatory financial disclosure for officers assigned to anti-gang units. Integrity testing. Enhance monitoring of public officials suspected of gang links. Intelligence sharing mechanisms among police, customs, immigration, prisons, and financial intelligence authorities. Must also streamline the punishment term and expansion of who can be captured. Mandatory term length for gang involvement of any act of violent crime be 25 years or more. Why should you get a 5 or 10 year or 15-year vacation and you nearly killed somebody, or somebody nearly was raped, or somebody lost the ability to walk, and then in 10 years you're back out running about having fun? Mandatory term length for gang involvement, not violent, but just for being associated in a gang, should be 15 years. Again, play foolish games, you get foolish reward. Any involvement to assist gangs or a gang member by law enforcement officers, customs, immigration, politicians, lawyers, jurors, judicial officers, and judges, mandatory 30 years. You know better, and again, you want to play foolish games, you get foolish reward. Didn't see mention of many of those positions in the legislation. Any facilitation of transportation of any form of illegal firearm or illegal drug, again, be mandatory 25 years. This is aimed at also holding any possible individual or private sector organization accountable. Follow the trail. Follow the trail. Too many times we're seeing reoccurring offenses and persons are out on bail. They sometimes pay a fine for having an illegal gun and then walk the street, or we hear someone is on 2 to 3 bails for serious crimes, including murder. And then there's the argument between the legal practitioners, there's the argument between the police, and then of course the citizens, and then the politicians as who is to blame. But the reality is, somebody is outside on the street after being charged twice for murder, or being caught multiple times with an illegal firearm. I don't know if the illegal firearm was to grow edibles or to build a hotel or to drive a car, but an illegal firearm is to do only one thing: illegal actions. So why are we giving them the opportunity to pay $15,000, I can't remember it word for word, $15,000 to $35,000 for a first offense? But again, you play foolish games, you get a foolish reward. We need the judicial system and the politicians to get serious about our lives. So only when it hits close to home, we start to shake up a little bit more. We also need public record keeping. Maintain a public record of persons who are affiliated in gangs, and this remain on their record for a minimum of 5 years. Fix the police certificate of character as well. And revoke their freedom to travel by withholding their passport, or in some instances now, a national ID. Obviously, if a serious crime is committed, then the length of those terms will align with the court's ruling on the crime. And design and implement a new system of punishment for non-violent offenders. This is an area that I am very passionate about and would willingly sit on a joint committee with various stakeholders to see how we can really implement change in society. We often hear the cries of over-reliance on tourism and construction, not enough skilled laborers. Let the youngsters go back and learn a trade. Well, Mr. President, I firmly believe that we must acknowledge that Barbados is never going to war with another island, nor country, but just with our own society. We must also acknowledge that some government offices do not make the same amount of income as in other countries. And we must also acknowledge that SJPP and BCC are not receiving the same burden of applicants matching the number of graduates in areas of skilled labor to match our development pace and need to diversify our economies and support our current ones such as agriculture, manufacturing, tourism, and construction. As such, I propose the following for gang members and non-gang members who commit non-violent crimes or non-serious crimes. Mandatory enrollment within our cadets, Sea Cadets, junior ranks of the Army and Barbados Police Service. Years of punishment by the court must match the years of enrollment. So if you're given 7 years to go up top to St. Philip, you get 7 years in those same discipline organizations. And enrollment includes 10-hour training days in various skills and discipline training, so that when you leave that 10-year punishment, you're now prepared to go in to either become an entrepreneur or to join an establishment. And upon completion of those years, a mandatory 2-year attachment within the same entities mentioned earlier once certain tests and criteria are met. Depending on the level of your case, mandatory 1-year attachment to either assist drainage, roadworks, waste and sewage departments, and NCC programs to maintain the cleanliness and upkeep of our island. There will be no involvement with any form of weapon training during your time of rehabilitation or your training in these different areas. The aim of the educated rehabilitation is to reset, retrain, and realign our troubled young people while adding to the needs of our country's security forces and providing our young people with future job opportunities. We cannot only follow the laws of other big countries or big NGO organizations putting pressure on us, and they at the same time are doing whatever they want in the world while our society erodes daily. The bill is a strong and modern anti-gang enforcement framework. Its greatest strengths are its broad coverage of gang activity, protection of witnesses and justice officials, and ability to prosecute organizers and facilitators rather than only direct offenders. However, it is heavily weighted towards punishment and enforcement. To maximize its effectiveness in Barbados, government should complement it with asset forfeiture powers, witness protection measures, gang exit programs, youth prevention initiatives, and stronger safeguards against overbroad application of the law. Those additions will make the legislation more effective against organized criminal networks while improving its durability against constitutional and human rights challenges. After all, we just want to live in our paradise. It isn't only about our visitors to enjoy our island. We, the hard-working taxpayers, the students, the pensioners, the unborn babies, and all of society that live here daily, who also welcome visitors and investors to our shore, we just want to live in peace. I support the bill, and I call for more to this bill. And I think it is one of those bills that needs to evolve every few years or however amount of time. And let's not wait 15, 20, 30 years before we attack it again. This is a bill that needs to evolve at a quick pace as crime and gangs are swift and we must be ahead of the game. I love Barbados and Barbadians. For us to stay true to you are the future of tomorrow, and for us to see it tomorrow, then we must act now. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ford. Senator Benjamin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening. When I started to prepare for the debate on this criminal gangs prevention and control bill, I found myself reflecting on something that I have spent most of my adult life doing. And that is the concept and the realization of organizing people. So as a trade unionist, every day we recruit members, we see the value in that. We identify leaders, we build structures, and we encourage people to understand that there is strength in unity. And the more I thought about this bill, the more I realized that gangs understand many of these same principles. They understand that there's strength in unity. They understand the need to stand together. They understand the need to recruit members. And before I go on, let me be very clear that I am not comparing in any way trade unions to gangs. What I am saying, though, is that if we want to understand how to dismantle gangs, we have to understand what makes them successful. Gangs understand something that every successful organization also understands. They understand that structured organization creates power. And so the only distinction really between a gang and an organization like the union is what they use the power to do. So one uses the power for good, and the other uses their power for evil. So trade unions use organization to improve wages, to improve working conditions of people, and to ultimately improve the quality and standard of life of ordinary Barbadians. There are community organizations such as the Rotaract Club who organize people around service. There are sports clubs that organize people around discipline. But then there are gangs who use organization to spread fear, violence, and criminality. And so, Mr. President, this is exactly why this bill matters. When I started ago, I was extremely sheltered, I must say. Jumping into the criminal defense arena, it was a shock to my system. Because I was well-read, or so I thought. I watched the news. I engaged in some robust debates over Sunday lunch with my family. However, once I started to practice, I realized that I did not have a clue, a single clue, about the criminal organizations at all. It wasn't the offenses that I had to deal with that shocked me. What shocked me the most was discovering how interconnected everything truly is. I quickly realized that there's a world operating around us that the average law-abiding citizen in Barbados has no clue about. I remember in my early years of practice, I would meet with a client and take instructions, and they would call a name to me. And then a few weeks later, I would meet with another client, and the same name is being called, but these two clients weren't related at all. They didn't know anything about each other. And then I started to realize there is this interconnectivity and this underworld, if you so mind to call it, that exists. And I began to realize that what appears to the public to be a series of isolated incidents is often something that is far more connected and sinister. Crime is rarely as random as we think it is. There are relationships that exist. There are loyalties. There are influences. There are people pulling strings behind the scenes that you will never meet. And then there are young people who often find themselves caught up in something that is much larger than they ever intended. Mr. President, I want to address briefly the stereotypes that we get wrong. And I listened intently to Senator Ford's contribution, where he made mention of the youngster who came from what he described as a good background, but he was interested in the 3 Gs, the guns, the girls, and the ganja. Another thing that criminal law taught me was how quickly and how wrong we often are with our assumptions. There's a tendency to believe that everybody who gets into criminal activity comes from the same type of background. I want us to disabuse our minds of that concept, because that has not been my experience at all in the criminal courts. Yes, of course, I've represented young people who come from difficult circumstances, but I have also equally represented young people whose parents did their best to give them the best upbringing, whose parents worked hard and sacrificed to make sure that their children's needs are met, and who did their best to keep their children on the right path. Along the way, those children became exposed to influences that pulled them in a different direction. And that is exactly why I reject the idea that gang activity only touches and concerns people who take part in it. That's not true. Gang activity is not somebody else's problem. It is this country's problem. The idea that this problem belongs to one community and not another, I must repeat, is a dangerous illusion. Gangs don't ask to see your parents' pay slips. They don't ask to find out if your mother is a professional, if your father owns his own business, and they certainly do not ask you what school you attended, because there's that misconception as well. What they look for, however, is for people who are vulnerable, who are easily influenced. How accessible are you? What opportunities can we afford you that you cannot afford for yourself? So every family in Barbados should understand that notwithstanding your geographical location, gangs are your business. Because what gangs understand better than many of us are willing to admit is the power of recruitment. Every successful organization understands that if it controls recruitment, it can control the future. Trade unions know it all too well. Political parties know it all too well. Churches know it all too well. Sporting clubs know it all too well. Mr. President, I now want to touch briefly on one of the things that concerns me, and it is how crime has infiltrated the culture. We talk about it frequently when we see the young men walking across the courtyard and they're putting up the signs and people outside cheering them on. It's almost as though crime has become normalized. There was a time when people wanted absolutely no association with any kind of gang talk, but now it is something that is praised. We should never become comfortable with young people glorifying organizations that have brought pain to so many families. And that, Mr. President, is something that we need to stamp out urgently. This bill deals with a number of themes. Recruitment is one of the themes. And like I said before, if gangs are allowed to continuously recruit, then law enforcement is effectively trying to empty a bathtub while the tap is still running. So this bill deals with that, and it deals with the need to be able to dismantle at the stage of the recruitment. The bill also deals with leadership. And one of the realities is that the person standing in the dock, who's facing the music, facing the magistrate, they're often not the person that exercises any kind of influence in the gang. And culturally, we refer to those people as the foot soldiers. They are the people carrying the risk, but the person with the power is someone totally different. And this legislation attempts to address that imbalance for the first time in this country. For the first time, it criminalizes the leadership itself. So just by being the leader of the gang, the legislation puts a taint on you. And so I must agree with my learned friend, Minister, that this is a landmark piece of legislation. Mr. President, I'm grateful that I didn't hear this particular criticism that I'm about to mention in this chamber today, but it is something that we frequently hear. Oh, this administration just like to bring enough legislation. And I want to speak to that because crime is consistently evolving. It doesn't stay stagnant, and so it would be prudent for any administration to consistently relook the books, consistently look at what is necessary, what are the tools that are necessary to provide the enforcement with, to provide the judicial with, to be able to treat to the crime of today. Technology has evolved, the method of crime has evolved, and for sure the networks have evolved. If we think that these gangs only deal locally, we are fooling ourselves. It is across borders at this point. So we have to constantly update legislation to be able to treat to the issues that are before us. So it's my submission, Mr. President, a part of a process that has been unfolding for years. Sometimes legislation is discussed as though it's in isolation. But this particular bill certainly does not exist in isolation. I submit that this bill is part of a much bigger puzzle that this government has been assembling for some time. And the aim of the puzzle is to equip law enforcement and the courts with the tools and the ability to effectively contribute to the fight against crime. So in 2019, Parliament enacted the Proceeds and Instrumentalities of Crime Act because we recognize that gangs are not charities. They exist to make money. And if we're serious about dismantling the criminal organizations, we cannot focus only on the trigger. We must follow the dollar. And some of my colleagues have said it here today, but I'm making the point to say that that legislation that treats specifically with that already exists from 2019. This Parliament also strengthened Barbados' anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing framework, including amendments to the Money Laundering and Financing of Terrorism Prevention and Control Act to ensure that suspicious financial activity could be more effectively detected, monitored, and investigated. Because organized crime survives on the ability to move, conceal, and enjoy the proceeds of illegal activity. And we recognize that if we are serious about the fight to crime, we must treat to these issues. We then moved in 2021 to enact the Prevention of Corruption Act, and we established the Anti-Corruption and Anti-Terrorism Agency, because we recognize that strong institutions and public confidence are themselves critical components of national security. In 2022, then, we moved to strengthen the Firearms Act. In 2024, there was an amendment to the Bail Act, as well as the Child Protection Act and the Child Justice Act. And then in 2025, we saw some amendments to the Police Act. In 2025, we also saw reforms to our cybercrime framework. And we also saw the passing of a criminal proceedings witness anonymity bill. And now here we are in 2026, and we're treating to the Criminal Gangs Prevention and Control Bill. So, Mr. President, I took the time to go through that legislation to make this point. We recognize that we have to attack crime from every angle. And so it's not just about bills, Mr. President, and I'm sure some of my Senate colleagues will touch on the other social programs in a more succinct way, but we recognize that you have to build a comprehensive legislative framework to assist in the protection of the people of Barbados. Mr. President, I'm going to end shortly, but I want to end on a positive note. I recently had the opportunity to engage with some young people who were involved in the King's Trust International. And I must admit that on each occasion that I had the opportunity to interact with those young people, I left feeling very hopeful and inspired. The organizers shared with me that the young people were young people who they would describe in some instances as more vulnerable young people. But when you hear them speak, and when you hear the passion with which they were able to explain their challenges and how the program helped them, it truly was inspirational for me. And I left that engagement thinking about how much talent truly exists in this country, how much potential exists in this country, and how many young people simply need somebody to believe in them and to provide them with an opportunity. So that experience reinforced something that I have come to believe very strongly, that every institution in Barbados is recruiting. The King's Trust International recruited those young people for good. Like I said, the unions are recruiting people for good. Churches continue to recruit people for good. Sporting clubs do the same. And I will repeat that, unfortunately, gangs are also doing the same. So the question to be answered is not whether young people will be recruited. The question is who will recruit them. And so I joined with my colleagues to say this is an all hands on deck problem, where we can assist, where we can jump in, we must do so. So, Mr. President, I end by saying again that the criminal elements in this country are not standing still, and Barbados cannot afford to either. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Benjamin. Senator Clark. No. Senator Archer.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as I rise today, Mr. President, I rise in reflection of the Barbados in which I grew up in, which was not too long ago. And sir, the Barbados which I grew up in, the gangs, I couldn't be part of the gang. Nobody in my age range wasn't thinking about no gang. You had to go to school. You had to go and play sports on evenings. I couldn't bring nothing in my mother's house that I left home with. I could not be part of any foolishness. And sir, on reflecting to the Barbados that I came from or that I grew up in, church was part and parcel of that Barbados. Whether I wanted to go or not, you had to be at Sunday school. And if you complain, you gotta go through the full service too. So I don't understand or I don't know where we took the turn for the worse. And the fact that we are here legislating, sir, on a very serious bill against gangs in this country showcases that Barbados has gone in a direction in which our founding fathers probably never contemplated. And sir, I rise in support of this Criminal Gangs Prevention and Control Bill 2026. And I do so with full appreciation of the seriousness of the moment, the sensitivity of the topic, and the responsibility that rests on each and every member as we legislate in the area of crime, liberty, security, and justice. And sir, this is not an ordinary bill. This bill speaks to the protection of families. It speaks to the protection of communities, but most importantly, it speaks to the future of Barbados. And because it is not an ordinary bill, sir, we must not debate it in ordinary language. We must be clear, we must be careful, but most importantly, when legislating, we must be fair. Mr. President, I want to say from the outset that I do not see this legislation only as a measure to create punitive measures, but I see this legislation first and foremost as a deterrent. It is a warning. It is a boundary. It is Parliament drawing a clear line and saying to those who would ordinarily organize crime, violence, and put communities in fear in Barbados and move guns through this country, not in this Barbados. This bill, sir, is not, to me, about filling the prisons, but more so about emptying the gangs. It is not about criminalizing young people, sir. It is about protecting young people from those persons who would take their vulnerability and turn it into criminal enterprise. It is not a war on communities, sir. It is a shield around communities. And it's not an abandonment of rehabilitation, but it is government saying and government recognizing that rehabilitation is strongest when it's paired with deterrence, accountability, opportunity, and law. So, Mr. President, the central question here is a simple one. Will we wait until Barbados is fully captured by criminal organizations to legislate, or for them to become more entrenched, more fearless, more sophisticated, or will we act now when there's still time to dismantle them? And we cannot be a country that only reacts after the fact, sir. We cannot only react after a mother has cried, after the young man has been buried, after the witness has been threatened, or after the community now is in full fear of a criminal gang. The law, sir, must speak before the gun speaks in this country. And when the law speaks, sir, it must speak with clarity. It must speak with courage. It must speak with constitutional discipline. It must speak with compassion for families. And it must speak for compassion against the innocent and resolve against organized criminals. Mr. President, we are not legislating against a dream. We are legislating against reality. The brief that we received, sir, outlines that there are many criminal organizations in this country and recruiting children from as young as 12 years old, sir. That is a very serious condemnation into any jurisdiction. Sir, when I was 12 years old, I was thinking about what clothes I was going to wear to a party, if we're going to dance fest, what girl I can talk to on Facebook. Facebook, I had 35 too. but sir, when I was 12 years old, I was not thinking about becoming a member of a gang. And when we are told that at least 6 major gangs are operating with membership of between 15 to 50 persons, Sir, this is a serious, serious situation in which we have in this country. We are told that local gangs are connected with regional criminal enterprises from as far as Jamaica, but as close as St. Lucia and St. Vincent, sir. So we are not just dealing with idle talk on a block, sir. We are dealing with a criminal ecosystem. We are dealing with systems of recruitment, intimidation, retaliation, firearms, drugs, concealment, and fear. We are dealing with persons who understand how to use legitimate business to wash dirty money. We are dealing with persons who understand how to tip off investigations. We are dealing with persons who understand how to rent guns, how to move guns, how to share guns, and how to outsource violence. And if crime has become so organized in this country, sir, government too must become organized with our legislation. Mr. President, when this bill treats the recruitment of children with particular seriousness, I support that. When it treats the recruitment near schools, places of worship, with particular seriousness, I support that. Because there are some spaces in national life that must be protected beyond negotiation. We have to leave our children alone. And that is not only a legal position, sir. That is a moral position. It is a national position. It is a Barbadian position. Mr. President, any person who believes that the easiest way to build power is to prey on the youngest, the poorest, the impressionable, or most neglected among us must understand that the state will not stand aside. We will not allow children to be used as foot soldiers in someone else's criminal organization. And I want to say something directly to the young people of Barbados who may be listening, and to those who may be standing at a crossroads. The gang does not love you. The gang will use your loyalty until your life is expendable. The gang will give you a nickname before it gives you a future. It will give you fear before it gives you freedom. It will give you a weapon before it gives you wisdom. It will make you feel powerful while quietly making you disposable. And this country must offer a better promise than that. But while we build a better Barbados through education, and we hear the Honourable Minister of Education speaks about educational reform, we see that we have a new national stadium coming. We see initiatives like the Block T10 cricket. We see initiatives like the Prime Minister's Cup. We see initiatives, sir, like the government investing in beach volleyball spaces. This is government enhancing our social fabric. But, sir, that cannot be all. We must also legislate and have serious legislation, sir, where gangs and where criminal enterprise is concerned. And when we look at this bill, this, as I said earlier, this is a very serious bill. The lowest time that you would get if you are found guilty on any of the pieces here in this bill, you will find it is 10 years. Sir, that is not a short space of time, 10 years in 10 days. To waste 10 years of your life up St. Philip, sir, you could as well say your life is gone. So when a murder takes place, sir, it is not only the person on the receiving end that their life has ended, it is also the person on the other side of the barrel. Because more often times than not, the Barbados Police Service catches whoever the person, these persons are that are creating havoc in this country. So, Mr. President, while this is why I support the deterrent architecture of this bill. It targets not only the person who pulls the trigger, it targets the full ecosystem. So the persons that are benefiting from it, the kingpins, so to speak, sir, the persons who allow criminals to have a place to stay when they commit crimes, the persons who allow vehicles when they are stolen or when they commit heinous crimes on this land to stay at their residence. It targets recruitment for gangs. It targets coercion. It targets encouragement. It targets financing and support, sir. It targets the use of vehicles, aircrafts, and ships for gang activity. It targets tipping off of investigations. It targets retaliation against witnesses, informants, prosecutors, judicial officers, and jurors. It targets the possession of bulletproof vests, firearms, ammunition, prohibited weapons, and law enforcement paraphernalia for gang-related activity. And this is important because, as we said, if organized crime rarely operates through one person, that person may never pull the trigger. The person who finances may never stand on the block or on the corner. The person who hides the weapon may never find the weapon, may never fire the weapon. The person who sends the message may never attend the crime scene. The person who launders the money may never appear in a video, but all of them may be part of the full ecosystem of crime and violence. And this bill says that that machinery matters. The planner matters. The person who is financing these organizations matter. The person who hides the evidence, the person who tips off the investigation, the person who retaliates against the witness matters. Because you cannot dismantle organized crime by only arresting the person who pulls the trigger, sir. But deterrence requires certainty. It requires that people understand that the consequences are real. This bill provides significant penalties, as I mentioned before, and as it should. A society cannot whisper around organized violence and expect criminals to tremble. A society cannot send soft signals to hard crime. A society, sir, must legislate against what we see as serious issues in our country. But, sir, legislation and punitive legislation is not all. We must also look at the social fabric of our nation, and we must look at what opportunities that are available not only for our young persons, but for our men and persons in general. That because oftentimes you got men on the block that are not necessarily young men, but they are still on the block. They're still trying to be involved in crime. So, sir, we have to look at this as holistic and not as a young person issue or as a, because the fastest thing that anybody says is young people this and the young people that. When in all reality, it is the older persons who are encouraging and enticing the young persons to get involved in organized crime.
And landing the guns.
And landing the guns. It's not the young person. There is not a young person, sir, that has brought a gun into this country, but it's the young man that can pull it. There's not a young person, sir, who washes money, but it's a young person that will go to jail for committing these crimes. And as we look at the social fabric, Mr. President, and look at the programs, I really want to look at the Division of Youth Affairs. And I want to start with the Block Transformation Unit. Sorry that Senator Walters is not here, because he asked a bit earlier about what has the Block Transformation Unit been doing. And sir, George 3 or not, because they're in the use for here, he's soon coming from there. But sir, when we speak about the Block Transformation Unit, sir, this is one of the best run programs under the Division of Youth. Sir, over the last year, I ain't talking about years ago, over the last year, over 1,500 young persons were engaged by the Block Transformation Unit, either through Project Dawn. And sir, what Project Dawn is, it is a program where we would either equip young persons who are interested into going into entrepreneurship, or if they want to go to further their technical skills, whether it be at the SJPI or at the Skills Training Institute, sir, or any other, because there are some institutes, like, for example, young girls like to do makeup and like to do hair braiding and so on. There are other institutes that we pay and we give them, not only pay for the tuition, which the party that Senator Walters represents now cut away from the young people in this country. Sir, give them a stipend to get to school. And sir, that is very important, because a lot of these persons, when they leave school, the parents tell them, go look for a job, but they can't find none. They ain't got a cent. Parents ain't getting the money. So it is important that we provide this stipend, a small stipend, for them to get to school each and every day and get the chance to eat lunch and get back home on evenings. And sir, over those 1,500 persons, we would have had over 800 graduates. But remember, not all 1,500 would have entered into these programs. But we had 800 graduates from Project Dawn, whether it be through SJPI, through the Skills Training Institute, or through some other training institute within Barbados. Sir, we have the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps, and over the last 2 years, we have had over 800 young men graduating from the Youth Advanced Corps. And when you go to the Youth Advanced Corps, you don't just learn discipline. You get the chance to do more CXCs if you didn't do none. You get the chance to learn a skill, whether it be farming, whether it be whatever, construction, carpentry, whatever, barbering, whatever it is. You have the opportunity, sir, to now upskill yourself through this program. And sir, I want to also turn to the employability unit. We would have engaged over 1,200 young persons over the last year. And engage, we speak to them, we do CV writing, we do upskilling of them. We also have a program within the employability unit, sir, called Dress for Success, where we also give young persons the uniforms and clothing to get to work. Sir, this is the work of the Ministry of Youth. Over 500 persons out of those 1,200, sir, were placed in employment over the last year by the Division of Youth. And through the same program that Senator Benjamin spoke about, through the King's Trust International. Sir, this is the work that the Division of Youth Affairs is doing. And only last week, Future Barbados had a summit where they launched the Talent Hub, which is to pair talent with opportunity, sir, where young persons now can go and register their skills, and when they have opportunities that come up within government or otherwise, they can now be paired directly with them. That is the work of this government, sir. Sir, the Barbados Trust Loan Fund. The Barbados Trust Loan Fund, sir, has helped thousands of Barbadians, including myself. And I pay back the money too for anybody that's wondering. The Barbados Trust Loan Fund, sir, has helped young men to leave a block and to go and cut little grass. Help young men to leave the block and to go and sell little vegetables. Help young men to leave the block and go and create some form of enterprise which is not a criminal enterprise, so that they can better themselves and better their families and by extension their nation. Sir, that is the work of this administration. So when Senator Walters will come in here, I don't know where he ran as I get up to speak, but when Senator Walters would ask, what has this government done? That these programs are failing, they are not fit for purpose. I wonder which Barbados he is living in. Just as he did not read the legislation clearly because he kept misquoting it, he clearly is not on the ground either. Because I will say something to this House. I got the information from my ministry that the constituency with the most requests is St. Michael Northwest. That's the constituency which Mr. Walters wanted to represent, but he felt Senator Walters wanted to represent. And not only have they had the most requests, they have had the most success with those requests. So if he's asking what programs are going on, I clearly see why on February 11th he was not elected, because he is not on the ground in St. Michael Northwest either. The block transformation unit, only a few weeks ago, we had a orientation ceremony for 260 persons at the SJPI, 113 persons also at the skills training. That is 373 persons that we just initiated for orientation to upskill themselves. And this is double the amount that these units would have done over the last year. That is the work of the Division of Youth, sir. Sir, as I close on the social work that the ministry and the government has done over the past few years, I want to support this bill wholeheartedly, sir, because Barbados is too small for us to be indifferent. Barbados is too precious for us to be careless. Barbados is too great for us to surrender any street, any school, any family, any child, any community, any block, anywhere to organize violence. This bill sends a message, but the message must be bigger than the bill. The message is what the state is saying, that the state will protect its people. The message is that the law will confront organized criminal entities with force. The message is that our children are not available for recruitment. The message is that our communities are not available for capture. The message is that our courts are not available for intimidation. The message, sir, is that Barbados is not available for surrender. And in the words of our president, sir, no retreat, no surrender. I am obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Archer. Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It is a rare opportunity that I get to come at the rear end of our colleagues, and I want to express some sincere appreciation for the strong presentations made by the members of the government side. It allows me, Mr. President, to speak only to one issue and to make a very brief presentation. I am confident, Mr. President, that the case has been made by this government side for this bill. We've had the Minister with responsibility for legal and judicial affairs outlining the framing, the contents and the clauses of the bill. We know what's in it. We've had the Honourable Attorney General responding to queries raised about the content and the intent of the bill. We've had the spirit and the letter of the bill outlined, so I don't need to go through that. We've had the representation on the social side, the community side, and we've just heard from young Minister Archer from the youth perspective and what the government's work has been on the prevention and the transformation side. There is no question in my mind, Mr. President, that you want me, okay.
Thank you for that pause, Senator Cummings. The Deputy President will take the chair for a few minutes.
Madam Deputy President, there is no doubt in my mind that we have presented a robust description of why the government is doing what it is doing, who it intends to target, what the outcomes are, and that the government intends to treat with seriousness and purpose for the matter of criminal gangs. No question in my mind at all. So for me, I'm going to stand only to speak for a very few moments on the question of the health implications of this criminal gangs bill. Now, Madam President, Madam Deputy, a few weeks ago, I spent some time on the question of recruitment, and we've seen some of that raised in the media about recruiting doctors from one jurisdiction, recruiting nurses from another jurisdiction. On any given day, I am certain
that many Barbadians do not know how my phone becomes a battle point for persons seeking medical care, especially in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And my immediate predecessor, Senator Walker, I'm sure he still gets many of those calls. People come to the government, people come to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital for care. They go to the emergency room. They're calling to get appointments to outpatient clinics. They're calling for their surgeries to see when their surgeries have been canceled. And God forbid, you get ill in the night and you have to go to the emergency room and you are waiting for an extended period of time. Why would I bring that up, Madam Deputy, in the context of a criminal gangs bill? Because, Madam Deputy President, this is a public health issue for me. It is a public health issue for my ministry, Madam Deputy President. And what do I mean when I say that? If I were to step backwards, by the time persons involved in criminal gangs find themselves in my space, oftentimes in the accident and emergency space, they have already passed through the Ministry of Education. They have been educated by our country. They have been vaccinated in our clinics. If they have been unwell at any given point in time in their lives, they've already been treated in our hospitals. They've been financed, Mr. President, up until age 18, guaranteed in our education system by taxpayers, by Barbadians. These are persons who, by the time they have reached 18, when I did some of the numbers crunching, the government, the country, the taxpayers of this country have already spent over $130,000 in each 18-year-old in this country. Let that number sink in for a minute. Every single 18-year-old, by the time they have passed through nursery, primary, secondary school without having paid a cent at the point of delivery, has benefited from taxpayer money in the excess of $130,000. But yet, we have this conversation, what has Barbados done for me? By 18 guaranteed, we've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on every Barbadian citizen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President. Senator Cummins, please continue.
So $130,000 could buy some people a car, could buy some people a house, but we've invested it in Barbadian citizens up to age 18. That figure does not include if you are from a low-income family, welfare support. It doesn't include school meals. It doesn't include what we pay in transportation subsidies for children, riding the buses and uniforms. It does not capture what the government spends in community programs under the Ministry with responsibility for community development. It does not cover what the government pays to police communities to try to keep them safe. It does not cover the allocation given to the National Housing Corporation or to housing support. Any of those things, it does not cover that. It does not cover the free sports programs and the free youth programs that Senator Archer spoke about. So arguably, by the time we've hit 18, hundreds of thousands of dollars have been invested in young people in this country. What has Barbados done for me is the question that many of us ask. These numbers have answered the question even before. Barbados has invested by taxpayer money hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I'm probably underestimating what that looks like. But here's where these numbers matter, Mr. President. The persons who are involved in gang activity coincide with the persons who are in the 18 age group. I heard Senator Archer reference ages even younger than that in terms of those that are being recruited, because the bill speaks about recruitment, it speaks about schools, it speaks about universities. So when you are recruiting in this age group, we're talking about young people that taxpayers are still investing in. But the number of homicides for this year is now colliding with those numbers. So instead, Mr. President, of a person going on to Barbados Community College, the SJPI, the University of the West Indies, taking advantage of any of the programs that Senator Archer spoke about, Senator Trim spoke about, or Senator Benjamin spoke about that are available and free of charge in this country, therefore increasing the amount of investment that this country makes in young people. in a gang that tells them that nobody has ever done anything for them. So then what happens? Then it becomes a problem for our health care, because instead of being an investment, you then become a person who requires an emergency response, trauma resuscitation, blood, CT scans, surgery, intensive care, specialist consultations, and rehabilitation. We also did some numbers on this, Mr. President. We started to do some numbers. So between 18 and 30 is where we're seeing the largest concentration of gang activity and victims coming into the accident and emergency room in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. 18 and 30 is where we're seeing the largest number. A minor gunshot injury is going to cost taxpayers between $3,000 and $8,000, minor. Hospital admission is going to cost us between $8,000 and $20,000. Emergency surgery is going to cost us between $25,000 and $60,000. And if you have to go into the intensive care unit and there's major trauma, we're talking about upwards of $150,000 in these persons. So let's start adding the numbers: education, social support, and then you add trauma investment. But here's where the problem comes as well, Mr. President, not just in the numbers, not just in the individuals that are there. When a major gunshot accident arrives in the hospital, like yesterday when we had the incidents in Chapman Lane, or the day before, and someone calls myself or they call Senior Minister Walcott and they say, my mother has had an emergency and she's at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital and she's in the emergency room and she's only seen a nurse. No doctor has gone to her yet. Can you do something? Aside from the fact that we have shortages, yes, in terms of making sure that we recruit, and we're recruiting to fill those shortages, here's what happens when a gunshot wound goes into the emergency room. Emergency physicians are diverted. Surgeons are diverted. Anesthesiologists are diverted. Nurses are diverted. Operating theaters are pressed into emergency service and recovery rooms are occupied. This puts pressure on the system for every person that you call us about. So every shooting victim affects other patients in the system, innocent victims. And so we're not just dealing with gang violence or victims of gang violence as individuals. We're dealing with it as a systemic, system-wide issue. So here's what happens. The stroke patient who has just come into the emergency room ends up waiting longer because doctors are diverted. The heart attack patient who really ought to be seen is then made to wait longer. The accident victim is made to wait longer, and Granny is made to wait longer, as is that little girl made to wait longer because we have had to divert scarce resources to gang violence. And oftentimes, many of the same people who are complaining and making a fuss about how long we're waiting in the emergency room, this bill is also attempting to treat too. Stop harboring criminal gangs in your houses, because it could be your grandmother in the emergency room waiting to be seen that will have the impact on her because you are supporting your son, bringing home money from a job you know he does not have because he's involved in a gang. It affects families in ways that you don't realize. And so these issues that we're talking about here, when we talk about the investment that our taxpayers have made up to age 18, what they're going to be spending, then we start to interrogate even more costs. Even more costs. So you have a gunshot injury, $150,000, you may get arrested, then you're going to get charged. The state is prosecuting you. Resources deployed again. You are imprisoned. Resources deployed again. And then the taxpayers are financing to keep you in prison under this legislation for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. You cannot work productively depending on what your injury is. And these things become overwhelming burdens on the state. On the state. And certainly, they become a public health issue. But at the same time, it costs the country. It costs the country tax revenue, economic productivity, and family stability. So the societal costs of the criminal gangs that we are fighting with this legislation and all the other pieces of related legislation in the criminal suite that we've heard about today is costing this country hundreds of thousands of dollars per individual. So I want to make 3 points as I close, because I did say I was going to make a very brief intervention. When a young man is shot, there's never just one victim. The victim is that patient that is already on the operating theater who's having their services redirected. The victim is also the stroke patient waiting longer for a bed. It is also the elderly woman whose surgery is being postponed, and the child whose procedure is delayed, and the nurse who must again carry the burden of preventable violence. And I want to give an example, Mr. President. I spoke to a nurse recently. When we walk into the Queen Elizabeth Hospital and we see the scanners at the hospital, we see them at the entrance, that's because some of these things spill over into our hospital. When you've planned to shoot down somebody, not only are you doing it in a school, the legislation speaks about around the hospital, but it has happened inside a hospital, where I've had an instance where you can hear a nurse, and I'm sure that Senator Walker could tell you more about this than I could, where a nurse is walking about in the aisles of the hospital minding her own business, and a person encounters someone who has been involved in gang violence, and they see the person who has come to go into the clinic, and they decide that they're going to shoot, and they are holding a nurse in front of them as a shield at their place of work. So this legislation, criminal gangs, you see somebody from an opposing gang and you bring it into a hospital and a nurse is in your firing line. There are reasons why these things, Mr. President, are being taken seriously. And so the emergency rooms of our hospital are seeing the challenges associated with gang violence. So gang violence in this debate so far has been framed as a policing problem. It's been framed as a poverty problem. And I hear the poverty concern, but my mother would tell you, my grandmother would tell you, in their time they grew up poor. Many of them didn't have everything I grew up in, a single parent home with my mother. But I had to go to school. I had to go to church. I could not bring home anything that was not mine, and my mother didn't know how I came by it. But we live in a different society now where everything is meant to be okay. It's a means of expression. So gang violence is discussed as a social problem, a poverty problem. But I want to make it clear it is also a public health problem. And the bullet does not stop when the shooting stops. It travels through the emergency room, it travels through the operating theater, it travels through the intensive care unit, through families, yes, through communities, but ultimately it travels through the national budget. And so for all these reasons, Mr. President, for all these reasons, I support wholeheartedly this bill. And I look forward to the enforcement of the penalties for persons engaging in criminal gangs, recruiting members for criminal gangs, young, productive citizens who are meant to be contributing to this country rather than being an expense to this country. And that this legislation, I hope, Mr. President, would be a deterrent, yes, but that when taken all together with other pieces of legislation, that it would send the strongest statement to those who are so inclined that this government is not here to play with you. And I'm obliged, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Cummings. Her Honour, Senator, the Most Honourable Elizabeth Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise to support the legislation before the chamber. I do so because no one can dispute that the criminal activity, the level of lawlessness that we are seeing in this country has excited a high level of fear. People are afraid to walk about. I recognized in myself, and I think that I'm a relatively fearless person, that I was in an area where there were a lot of young people behaving in a particular way, and that I became very cautious. I started to be far more aware of my surroundings. I know old people who will tell you that they lock up the house early, they don't go to they don't go out late, they don't speak to people whom they don't know, when before, you know, people would routinely pass and say good morning and so on. So something needs to be done, and I believe that this legislation will assist in relation to that. But it has become very easy in our society to say the government ain't doing nothing. And I want to remind that prior to this legislation fits into a suite of social measures which have already been elaborated on by the Honourable Minister. It fits in a suite of youth-targeted measures which have already been spoken to, and it fits into a suite of criminal, legislative, and administrative measures which I speak to today. The number of criminal judges when we came to court were 2 only. Working on rotation between the criminal and civil court, there are now 8 full-time judges. Prosecutors in the DPP's office have been increased from 8 to 20. We now, because of legislation brought by this government, 10 years imprisonment for illegal use of firearms, first offense, 20 a second offense. Serious offenses, including those with firearms, bail is much more difficult to get. In relation to support of the police, their terms and conditions have improved. Their physical circumstances in terms of their places of work have been upgraded. The number of special constables has been increased by 60, and some special constables have been moved from special constable status to regular status. The budget of the police was moved from $111 million in 2018 to $145 million, and their equipment improved considerably and modernized. Equally, the attempt has been made to prevent penetration of firearms at the port, seaport, and airport. Functioning scanners in place. The Forensic Science Center has been fully upgraded and equipped to ensure that there are scientific processes to help to support the evidentiary basis for criminal activities. Flexi allowance has been returned to the police after having been taken away by the previous administration. And there are attempts and recruitment drives to increase the numbers of people in the Barbados Police Service, so that the government has tried every means of addressing what is an insidious and creeping tragedy and circumstance in our society. But this is not a BLP problem. It is not a DLP problem. It is not a problem of the government of Barbados. It is a problem of the people of Barbados. And many of us are speaking and behaving as if somehow somebody other than ourselves must solve the challenge facing our society. And I believe, sir, that at the heart of this is a changing value system in our society. And I want to speak to some of the things that I have observed of my own. When young people who have been involved in criminal activity and gangs are surveyed, there are some consistent themes that emerge. One, they have no relationship with the church or with Sunday school. Now, you may say that that might be the peculiar problem of those of us who are in pastoral work. But the reality is that if challenged, I can ask you in here, the honorable senators, and they will all tell you that they had to go to church and Sunday school. Some went 2 and 3 times a day because grandmother took you to one service, auntie took you to another, or you went with another family member to another religious tradition or denomination altogether. And church was important because you learned speaking skills, social skills. It helped to make the community, because invariably it was people from a similar community. I grew up in Baxter's Road, and it was people from all around Chapman Lane and the city, Mahogany Lane, Lightfoot Lane, the Orleans, Beckford Street on the other side of town, who came to James Street Methodist Church and St. Mary's, where I went to church. So the community became more cohesive because you were mixing with everybody in the community. And the reality is, when you know a person well and you like them, you can't exactly shoot them. Because you have a different relationship with them. You see them as part of you. I learned public speaking in James Street Methodist Church. Acting and debating and conversational skills, all of that we learned in Sunday school. It's not being learned anymore. Young people are they have poor language skills, they have poor social skills, they have poor conflict resolution skills. All of these were things that we learned, even if not at home, in the context of the church and the Sunday school. So thing number one, they have no relationship with church, Sunday school, and very often no relationship with God. So they don't respect man, they don't respect God, they don't respect women, they don't respect themselves. Second, they say in a time when the country has more social programs than ever before, they tell you that they feel completely marginalized socially. Third, they tell you that they have no relationship with their mothers and families. Nobody loves them. Nobody understands them. Nobody cares about them. I mean, I talked to these people. I represented a constituency that had large housing areas and village-type communities, and we had to put social programs in place to save the community. And I'm happy to say that the crime statistics in those communities changed completely. So they said that nobody cared about them. Within the context of the gang, they were able to feel loved, a sense of belonging, a sense of kinship, that people were prepared to listen to them, to hear to them, to understand them, and to meet them at their place. They all almost, I should say a large percentage of them, exhibited poor school performance. Very poor grades, did very poorly in school. Many cannot read. If you put their name as big as this Parliament building, they cannot read it for you. But yet our school system is such that these people are shunted from grade to grade, from class to class, and then pushed out of the school system without the appropriate interventions being taken to address their challenges. And this is why reform of the educational system, which targets children with difficulties, becomes so important. So people see the connection, not just between what we are attempting at the level of the criminal intervention or the legislative intervention relative to crime, but the interventions that save the individual at the personal level, given their needs. Invariably, sir, whenever you listen to the news, watch the news, or go around by the courts, there are a lot of women gathered. And the matriarchs of the family are telling, well, my boy is a nice boy, you know. He had bad company. It's never their sons. The son bring home a friend. The friend look a certain way, behave in a certain way, and you ask, who is your son's best friend? I know I see with a boy, but here does call him one gorilla, but I know where he comes from. I mean, it's utter ridiculous. I've seen this, I've heard it. Knowledge. Oh, I heard in here today, if you brought home a pencil that belonged to somebody else, you had to give an account for it. You brought somebody into your parents, who he is? Where he come from, who is his mother, where does he work, who his father is, you know his grandmother, you would be cross-examined about the person whom you brought, so mommy or daddy or granny could ensure that this is a person who is not going to carry you into a life that is other than what they want. It doesn't happen anymore. People come in the front house looking and behaving and talking a certain way, and the adults go in the back and mind their business. It's unbelievable. And when I talk about the society and changing value systems, I can never forget, and I gave the story in here before, people on social media cursing me because I refused to pay the man who had stolen my dog to give it back to me. People are telling me that I am an idiot. Well, that was a soft word. They didn't describe me as an idiot. They used more robust, muscular language to describe me and my body parts because I refused to pay a man who had stolen my dog. And at that point, you have to know that something is wrong with society. I heard a news story with my own ears. This is not somebody told me this. A young man was killed on the veranda of his home. The mother ran out to find the fellow shot, bleeding, and in the throes of death. And he was asked, the media person asked about it. And the mother's response was, well, he wasn't a bad boy. Everybody about here had he used to look after the old people. He looked after everybody. He only used to thief from gas stations and rob people and things, but he never really do nobody nothing. And she was quite serious. She felt no sense of alarm, saw nothing wrong with saying that this young man used to rob gas stations and thief from people. This was okay. By her standards, he was a nice boy. How many people would have been harmed when he robbed a gas station? Only God knows. But that was not her concern. And we cry for all of those who have come to harm by the bullet or by the gun, because equally those who pull the trigger are also part of our wider social problem. And while they may not be dead, we have to be equally concerned about the interventions we need to put in place to save them before they pick the gun up. Because by the time they have it in hand, it is almost too late for the society to help them. I continue to speak. People are refusing to give information to the police out of fear in some instances. But there is a large people who are refusing to give evidence because they are the direct or indirect beneficiaries of criminal activity. They get their lashes and nails done, they put gas in their motor cars, they get their motor cars, etc. They benefit from criminal activity and will not support the police at all because they get a direct benefit. They themselves don't engage in any crimes, but their hands are outstretched for the finances that come from it. We also have to understand the levels at which crime permeates the society. And again, this is another story that I may have given you all. I remember when I practiced criminal law that a grandmother came to me and asked me to help her grandson out of Dodds. He was a young teenager at school, and the police held him, sent him to Dodds, and he was held without proper criminal investigation and intervention. The details are not now important. What is important was this: that this teenager was supporting his entire family, selling squares of foil on the block to people who were using crack cocaine. Now, on the face of it, he is doing nothing illegal because it is not against the law to sell foil. Foil is a legitimate commodity, but look at how it is being used. And his grandmother was anxious to get him out because he was the sole support of the family. There was nobody else in that house who was working. So unless we understand these permutations, unless we understand where these things end up and who and how they affect, we will not get to the bottom of the issue. And legislation like this, effective though it is not attacking the multi-tentacled elements of drug activity. Mind you, let me say that I believe that Barbados is still a safe country. I mean, we still have the lowest crime rate in the Caribbean or thereabout. And many people still are able to sleep with their windows open. I marvel at the fact that one day I was in a rush. I got out of my car, went into the bank, went down the mall to another store, did shopping, grabbed something to eat, came back, and found that I had left my Benz with running, and it was still there. In several countries across the world, there is no way that a Mercedes-Benz sitting down running with nobody in it would be there when you got back for it an hour later. It was just sitting there, and all I could do was say, thank you, Jesus. And the truth is that the majority of us, while we hear about crime, and while crime is generating a level of fear in the society, the majority of us have had no encounter with criminal activity at all. So you have the random violence that is coming out of the gang activity, and then you have the opportunistic thieves, the person who will grab the chain if you have too many pretty gold chains around your neck and so on. And when we talk about changing value systems, there was an image on social media recently showing some young men beating a person whom I understand to be a tourist extremely violently. And you could hear during the course of the beating, one of them saying, "You ain't got a knife, nobody ain't got a knife." So this person, apparently for chains, I wouldn't want, if the thing is sub judice, I don't know where it is, to be talking about it. But you have to ask yourselves, what is it in the way our society has become that engenders that level of violence? In fact, days after that video circulated, there was a video out of Trinidad involving some school children, where one schoolboy was violently beaten in the middle of a community on a public road. And the most disturbing thing about it to me was the number of adults who stood up and looked on while that boy, was beaten till he could not get back up. One adult then went and snatched up all the wallets and the different things that had dropped, and another adult driving a vehicle attempted to drive over the boy on the ground. What is it that has caused our societies to become so completely heartless, so that man to man is so unjust, so that the human life has less value than that of an animal or a dog, or that our own behavior has become itself animal-like? How did we get there? And we cannot disclaim these young men because the young men are ours. Our society raised them. Our value systems produce them. And let me say, it is the young men who are being picked up and dragged. But in many instances, there are a lot of older women who are enabling them, and younger women who are luring others so that they can get the bullets and the shots. Younger women who are treating these men as if they are are gods. They're wielding a lot of power. And the young women like that and what they can benefit from. So while the girls are not picked up or identified at the same rate as the young men, and while they are not frequently or as frequently the trigger person, they are very much involved in the crimes. So we have to get to the point where we really aggressively, not just using legislation, but using other means, try to pull our society back. And it is imperative on all of us. There was a time when if you did something wrong, you dare not let any adult see, because any adult felt at liberty to reprimand you. And you could not let your parents know that you had been reprimanded by an adult. But if an adult speaks to you now, very often your parents are the ones coming to attack the adult, no matter how wrong you are. And it is creeping in discipline. I see that the goodly reverend spoke about the attire of school children. I don't know if anybody else has noticed. Well, I don't like it. The change to these relaxed looks for school. I don't know where mothers who don't have money are to get the money from for all the hair changes that the girls have to go through. It is expensive to wear braids and hair in the way that is being allowed at school. Very, very expensive. And the pressure to look like everybody else and to have an iPhone is enormous. And these things have to come from somewhere. Now, when I talk about changing value systems, as a politician, I experienced a lot of people who wanted jobs but did not have any interest in work. There are people in our society who have not learned at school, who have not done well academically, but look at you who are working long, hard hours for what you want and feel they should rob you. They feel that they should have the most expensive of everything, even though that is not their earning capacity. But the fact that it is not their earning capacity, you are living within your means, but they feel that they are to live outside of theirs and somebody else is to finance and facilitate that, because they will take what you earned from you by illegal means. This represents a changing value system, because before we grew up knowing, my grandmother, who never went to secondary school, was the first person who said to me, I was maybe about 7 years old, Liz, you are a bright girl. If you work hard, you will be able to become anything that you want to be. But we don't seem to be telling our young people that hard work has value and that hard work is the means to earning, even though that is how we built this society. We have allowed them to believe somehow that they have an entitlement level that they cannot sustain, and that in many instances they cannot sustain. I was making the point about our children. I've noticed, for instance, that children are in all manner of dress in the evening. The school pants, part of the school shirt, all kinds of slippers, all kinds of things. There is no discipline, or rather I should say discipline has broken down at every level of our society. From how children carry themselves to the way people go through traffic lights. And we talk about children and how children are behaving. Last year there was a big issue about how these primary school children were walking up and carrying on in classes. But we are not talking about the fact, and I'm talking again, continuing on changing value systems, that their mothers and grandmothers are going to fetes every weekend, and cruises and crop over parties, and that it has become a thing in Barbados for them to go in mini dresses or mini skirts without underwear so that their children can see them. We are not talking about that, but that is part of the loss of the discipline in the society and the way the whole society is going astray. So you have at one level the manifestation of the guns and the violence, but other people are not talking about the wider social breakdowns that fit with the behaviors of criminality and lawlessness. It is widespread and rampant in society. It is not one or two. You only have to get a video from to a cruise. You only have to go to some of these crop over parties or fetes and you see the behavior. How then do you expect the children to be any better? Mr. President, I think that and it's not just working class, let me make this clear. The behavior of criminality and wrongdoing is not only endemic in working class people in Barbados. It is widespread amongst middle class people as well, but invariably they are able to hide it better because they have the social contacts that allow them to do so. It does not help the problem when senior police officers say, we know who you are, we are coming for you, and then nobody seems to be brought in. It does not help. So that we really have to get serious. If we know who they are, don't say it. Don't make any question that this society has to ask itself is, sir, there were many suggestions in here today that the criminality is linked, the lawlessness is linked to economic deprivation. Sir, I would wish to say that that is not true. Scientific research or sociological research shows that other factors spawn that criminality, and that often people who are doing crimes have access to jobs, and many have jobs. All the people on the block are not unemployed. A lot of the people on the block have jobs. So that there is no necessarily a link between the deprivation or economic deprivation and high crime. In fact, sir, unemployment in Barbados is at its lowest. So if the link was absence of jobs, then really there should be no crime because there's high employment. So people have to think about the things that we are just repeating without doing the deep dives to come to terms with what are the wider social ills and malaise that have to be addressed if our society is to be saved. Mr. President, I support this legislation, but I close by asking the wider question: how do we save our society? Criminal legislation will not do it. It has to be a conscious effort on the part of the church, the school, the family, the government, the wider society, and every individual, that we are prepared to stop our own wrong behavior, whatever it is, and that we are going to pull our society back, that we will not cede it to the criminal element, that we will not surrender our children to hooligans and criminals, but that we are consciously going to go back to value systems which built Barbados into what it is and has stopped, and in order to stop what is deep social decline at multiple levels. The manifestation of the guns is only one element. It is convenient for us all to point to those who are dragged before the courts and to say, them so, that 15-year-old, that 14-year-old, that 18-year-old, but they are ours. Our society bred them, and our society, sir, must now save them. I'm much obliged.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, Senator the Most Honorable Henrietta Elizabeth Thompson. Honourable Minister of Justice and Legal Affairs.
Mr. President, I raised to wrap up this debate. I don't think I will detain you for any length of time, but I have to deal with some matters that came out and arising from the Senator Walters. I have not trouble. I have not trouble Senator Goodrich. I have trouble. I won't do that. I have trouble. That was. But I want to add on from the last speaker in relation to the point she made about poverty and it links to criminality. And it came back to me because I remember appearing in court before a Justice Moore. When he was doing the mitigation, I was using poverty as an excuse and as a mitigating factor. And he was shut down immediately. The judge said to me, well, I was poor too. I came out of a poor family. I walked out barefoot. I had to do all kind of things. And that came back to me. And what also came out to the fact that we need an all society and all community approach. And I'm glad that Senator John King is here too. Because I want to make a clarion call to the entertainers of Barbados to join us in this fight. The social media influencers to come on board. Because the easiest way to reach young people is through social media and, of course, through music and entertainment. And I love music. And coming from St. Philip, you could easily find somebody who plays an instrument, keyboard, bass guitar, whatever. And back in the day, you would go on the block, call it a block, out the corner. One gentleman would have a guitar. But you know, he would teach all of the fellas to play that guitar. And some of those fellas would end up going on ships, playing in bands throughout Barbados. And some would go on to the international stage. But we don't have that anymore. So we need to get back to those in St. Catherine's Club. We had the Calypso competition and it produced red plastic bag. And so those community activities we have to get back to, and I'm confident that the Minister of Youth would then go there, stimulate that activity again, ensure that we have youth groups in every single parish, every single community. Yesterday was in Chapman Lane, and there was a cry for activities, a cry for programs. They had programs before. There was some semblance of the place being quiet. But suddenly, there's this upsurge. And we have to go into those hospitals urgently with programs that touch those persons that are the ones that are vulnerable, the families that are vulnerable too. There's a need for that. But let me go to Senator Waters. I don't know where he's gone. I don't know if he's gone to start his campaign, to see if he can get into a particular position at George Street. But let me say this, that he said that the advisory council, he was questioning the work and the productivity of the advisory council that I co-chair, if you, Mr. President, and also my friend Senator Benjamin was on the committee. I recall the first meeting that was called by the Prime Minister. And we were informed that the opposition leader would be coming. And we were there waiting until the opposition, because they were given an invitation to come and sit and do some work and help us. A no-show again. A no-show. But if the opposition leader was crafty, there's a facility that he could bring through a private member's bill and get the lawyers at George Street. Even if the lawyer mock, and bring the bill to Parliament and debate it as a private member's resolution, because I know for certainty that there was a bill there in 2017, an anti-gang bill. There was an anti-gang bill drafted in 2017 that went to the Governance Committee. So it was easy to pull that bill, already drafted, went through all Solicitor General, certified and everything, and bring the bill at that time to Parliament when he was opposition leader and debate it. So to say that they called for it, they had an opportunity. They had an opportunity to bring it. And to say that the Advisory Council was not working, again, I don't speak to people in the absence, because people in the absence. But I believe I have to clear it up. Because it is through the Advisory Council, and Mr. President, if I can call a name, an attorney at law, Marty Garnes, who did excellent work on the bills and the bill that was passed. We looked at the Jamaican and the Trinidadian bill, spent numerous hours, it's too much, looking at the provisions, the various provisions in the bill, and then we sent it to the Attorney General and signed by all the members. The honourable member is talking. And secondly, the wireless, the intercept of wireless communication, we also did work on that too. And we prepared a report and sent it to the Attorney General too, which provided a guide to provide that bill, to prepare the bill to make sure it becomes law. So to come here and say that we ain't doing no work, and we collected money, whole set of foolishness. But let me get there now. I'm glad you raised that. I was asked after. I never see the document yet. I never seen the document yet. I was not even asked for any proposals. Someone who spent many years as a defense lawyer and who understands the criminal justice system in Barbados. I went on the committee set up by the Prime Minister, and I was able to make my contributions there, resulting in this anti-gang legislation, resulting in the other bill that I just said that was passed. And indeed, we also look at low-hanging fruits in the criminal justice system that we can deal with, and ensure that there are a number of suggestions and proposals made, and that was sent again to the Attorney General. And then the Senator also said, question the performance of the peace program. The learned Senator, his friend, dealt with it. But I know I know that they come here and say that the peace program only sports could do. I personally went to the domino competition, and a group of young men turned up from off the block now, and they said, I want to participate in this domino competition. All of them, they had on the shoes, they had on the shirts, but they want to play. We spoke to them and they said, look, we can play dominoes. The director then took all the names, took the telephone numbers, and when they went back the next week, the fellas were in uniforms, had a name for the team, and they were playing in the domino competition. The impact is there. The evidence is there. And then to say that the peace program only deals with sports. Crave your indulgence, Mr. President, to go through the programs. The Level Up 100 program. This is not sports. This is dealing with young people, having them develop life skills. Not sports. Skills for Life program. And that is why, you see this hit and run thing by Senator Waters? I would like the opportunity to come back in here, sir, to deal with him, sir, in his presence, sir. Because it cannot mislead the public, sir. You can't go there and go just to get the 30 news all you for 30 news to say something, then you can't rebut. But I can rebut it now. Elevate the peace program. Elevate the peace program. Senator Waters, where are you? You're running? You're running gone? Don't come in here and make statements and then stand up like a man and take your legs. Mr. President, then we go further. Strong parents, parenting and family strengthening initiatives. All of these things, Mr. Speaker. And then we have City Vibes that I personally went to, and I spoke to about 50 young people who are trying to set up their businesses, trying to become responsible and productive citizens. And you know, I understand why he's so caught up with the National Peace Program. I understand. I understand that. And we could also give him a peace program to take up to George Street. Call in a peace up there. PEAC or PACE, they're none. Right. And then the Life Voice program. Community engagement and social intervention. So I think I have rest my case in relation to put in what he said. To rest. And then my learning friend, Senator Goodrich. Senator Goodrich. I call her learned friend. As you know, you're a senior to me. I have to follow traditions. My learned friend. My learned friend. But I understand the confusion. I understand that my friend was saying, or trying to get around that whole concept of reasonable suspicion. I understand, too, that she was trying to introduce a well-known principle in law that we know about. And that if there's any issue of reasonable suspicion coming, in fact, any criminal prosecution, the standard of proof is what was said. What did you say? Yeah, he gave her her first criminal law book. I think Smith and Hogan. It's Smith and Hogan. Smith and Hogan on criminal law. And I believe that in that book you will see the case of Wilmington versus DPP, which speaks to the standard of proof that the prosecution should really, the standard to prosecute a criminal case, as a statement from a man called Lord Sankey. But then, I must clear the confusion, because I want to say to you, sorry, to Senator Goodrich, my apologies, that there are checks and balances. You're reading, yeah, you know you're reading. Checks and balances in the act already. There are checks and balances. So you don't need to worry about an extension of time and the impact you can have on a suspect in custody. We already said that look, there are transparency. Listen. Sorry, Mr. President. My humble apologies, sir. My humble apologies.
Please press on. Please press on.
I said that the legislation this morning, their checks and balances, it respects the rights of suspects in custody, and it also gives rights to the police. And this is a balancing of rights, a balancing of interests. And that, if you read carefully, although they can hold you for 72 hours without a warrant, they have to give reasons, and there have to be a record. You know, when you go in the police station to the station diary, you got to know in the record or station diary every single interaction with a suspect in the police. And that also, too, that the suspect got a right to apply to get rid of the order, discharge the order. So there should be no confusion, Senator Goodrich, or you should be clear now that we are not infringing on the rights of suspect. This bill is a fair bill, it is transparent, it places an obligation on the state to ensure that the rights, the fundamental rights of innocent, the presumption of innocence is observed. You understand? Yeah. Mr. President, I want to say further, respect to the independent senator, Mr. Ford. Mr. Ford did mention,
Senator Ford,
sorry, my apology, did question or raise the issue of witness protection. But you know, this bill called the Criminal Procedures Act passed in this chamber. Witnesses, Section 12 says, assistance to witnesses to witness on grounds of fear or distress about testifying. They talk about vulnerable witnesses. So in this bill, sir, in this law, provides the protection. And I can tell you, I can list them up for you. Like Jamaica legislation, like Jamaica, there are special measures set out to deal with vulnerable witnesses who have a fear about testifying, sir. Just like the legislation that came on Islands too, sir. And you know what the law said? Special measures that a party to proceedings may apply for include evidence using a live link. So use a live link, like on Zoom. 2, can give evidence in private. 3, video recorded evidence. Video recorded cross-examination or re-examination. So if the person don't want to be cross-examined or re-examined in front of the accused, there's provision in the law that the prosecution can make the application so that the witness could be protected. Further, the use of an aid to communication. So it's in here, the law covers it. And if you want to take a read of it, I can give you my copy so that you can understand, basically, that there's already in the laws in Barbados protection and special measures for witnesses who have a fear of testifying. I think I've covered everything, but I don't. Yes, I will go to the proceeds of crime. Again, he spoke to the proceeds of crime. There is legislation there too, referred to by my learned friend and Senator Benjamin. I'm passing here too. Passing here too. Because even though when someone is charged for money laundering, even drugs, firearms, and the police go out the house and find money or whatever, they seize the money. And then they make an application to seize it. And the application of the seizure is served on the accused. So the law is there. It is there, Senator Ford. I think what we need, when we had the Proceeds of Crimes Act, in front of the prosecutor, there was a certain DPP who's now passed. And I thank him for my guidance, for guiding me throughout my career, giving my first archbold. And that he made, as soon as there was a conviction, he would get served the next day on the Proceeds of Crime Act. I seizing that boat, I seizing that vehicle, because he believed, and reasonably believe and suspect, that it's connected to the criminal offense. So there's provision in there, and you can't talk about you're infringing my property rights. The law is there. It gives you that power. It gives prosecutors that power. Respect. Again, the police, important stakeholders in this legislation, I can tell you that there will be a new station at District C in 6 Roads. There will be a new station Whole Town. There will be a new station in Black Rock Police Station will be moved. And there will be a new station built for those officers, improving the conditions of work for those officers. And also, too, I know that special investigators were given incentives. Were given incentives by this government because of the nature of work of police investigators, particularly now in this environment. That's a fact. So what Senator Walters is doing, hitting and running, hitting and running, hitting and running. And when he was speaking, something came through to my phone that he's struggling even to get shadow spokespersons, and that one is about to resign. So before he should get his house in order first, and then come and speak about this building here. And not only that, tell the public what realistic proposals they have in that document and bring it to us to see if we can work with it. Don't stand up and criticize and say, look, we have a document. You know, make no sense. well, I'm no longer on the committee, but I would ask, I hope that the new, I can't release the name of the new chairperson as yet. I mean co-chair, sorry, my apologies. Co-chair. Oh, Mr. President, can I start over? Can I start over, Mr. President?
There's rule against repetition.
We cannot allow, sir, a member to get up in here and mislead the House, sir, to speak about the National Peace Program and say all they're doing is sports, sir. And that's... Get up.
What do you raise, Senator Walker?
Mr. President, the minister is misleading the House. I did not say or claim is doing display sports. I said what is clear to the public is that they see the playing of dominoes and the playing of cricket as a staple in the peace program, and what we would like to know is what are the other programs that are reaching the at-risk youth in the communities based on the agenda and objectives of the peace program.
You say all that. Yes, all that.
Please continue.
But what you know he says, but sir, Mr. President, I know what he said, sir. He said that the Democratic Labour Party is seeing crime as a political issue, sir. He said that. I will sit down, sir. Object. All right. Well, you accept that. And Mr. President, you know that he gave conditional support to them. It was conditional support. The Democratic Labour Party is fully supporting this bill. He placed conditions, sir. It was conditional, sir. In fact, let me say, sir, his Democratic Labour Party, sir. Respectfully, sir. Mr. President, sir. Because I understand that there are two more. I understand, Mr. President, that there are two more. I understand there are two more, sir. I understand that there are two more. But it's two more DLP, sir. And they won your party. But you all had a conference in St. Philip last week or 2 weeks ago. And I came from the airport, I realized that there were about 15 cars. I wrap it now, sir. But I want to congratulate all honourable senators. I want to congratulate the Senator Goodrich for her excellent contribution. And all senators too for their excellent contribution. In the circumstances, Mr. President, I move that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that Your Honour do not leave the chair and the Senate resolve itself in committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that it do not leave the chair and the Honourable the Senate resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The Honourable, the Senate is now in committee.
Madam Chairman, permission to call the bill in parts and clauses.
Permission granted.
And the senators should be minded, well, those senators who want to speak on the clauses, just pay particular attention when the parts are being called. Part 1, clauses 1 to 4.
I'd like to move part 1, that clauses 1 to 4, stand part.
The question is that Part 1, clauses 1 to 4 do now stand part. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Part 2, clauses 5 to 17.
Part 2, clauses 5 to 17, stand part.
The question is that Part 2, clauses 5 through 17 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Part 3, clause 18.
I'd like to move part 3, clause 18, stand part.
The question is that Part 3, clause 18 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Part 4, clauses 19 to 27.
I'd like to move that part 4, clauses 19 to 27, stand part.
Part 4, clauses 19 through 27 do now stand apart. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
First schedule.
I'd like to move that the first schedule be the first schedule to the bill.
The question is that the first schedule be now the first schedule to the bill. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
The second schedule.
I'd like to move that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill.
The question is that the second schedule be now the second schedule to the bill. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Third schedule. Madam Chair, in the arrangements of schedules listed as the third schedule, but in the body of the bill, it just has schedule. And we're going to treat it as a typo and have it corrected. The third schedule.
First schedule be the third schedule to the bill.
The question is that the third schedule, as newly identified, be the third schedule to the bill. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, would you say no? The ayes have it.
Yeah, important.
Of the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Sorry.
The Deputy President has reported the passing of one bill in committee.
Mr. President, I beg that the bill be read the third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg that this bill be now passed and be cited as the Criminal Gangs Prevention and Control Act 2026.
The question is that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Criminal Gangs Prevention and Control Act 2026. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This bill is now passed and so cited.
Order number 7, sir. In the name
Before you do the order, I want to thank the Honourable Minister of Justice and Legal Affairs and Criminal Justice and the Attorney General for their presence today, and the Minister for leading the bill through the Honourable Senate.
Thank you.
Order number 7, sir. In the name of the Honourable Leader of the Senate, to move the passing of a resolution that an address be presented to His Excellency the President approving the proposed reappointment of Dr. Nigel Taylor, JP, SCM, to the Office of Ombudsman.
Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This is just a very brief resolution, and it proposes to appoint the new ombudsman, the reappointment of Dr. Nigel Taylor to the role of the Reverend Dr. Nigel Taylor, JP, SCM, to the Office of Ombudsman. He has served in this post before, as everyone knows. And just for clarity, the role of the Ombudsman really is meant to be there to provide support to Harvard citizens to be able to respond to issues of governance. So if there's a government ministry or an agency that there is a concern with, that they want to be able to get responses from, the role of the Office of the Ombudsman is to attempt to support Barbadians in accessing that kind of reprieve. And quite simply put, this is really just a procedural matter because he does report to the Office of Parliament and not to any individual government ministry. And so this is a reason why it's been brought to the Honourable Senate. And I beg to move at this time that this resolution do now pass.
The question is that this resolution approving the reappointment of Reverend Dr. Nigel Taylor, JP, SCM, to the Office of Ombudsman do not pass. Those honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This resolution is now passed. And His Excellency will be advised accordingly. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, that brings us to the end of government's business for the day, but I could not close without acknowledging the historic nature of today's debate. Today was, I think many of us were in this chamber when we made the constitutional amendment last year to allow for the right of audience. The right of audience which guaranteed ministers from either place to present their bills so that they're able to robustly present the substance of their bills rather than having it delegated to another minister to present in either chamber of Parliament. And we saw that being exercised today for the first time with the Honourable Minister who led us off on this bill on criminal gangs. It was under that ministry, and it was supported by the constitutional right of reply by the Office of the Attorney General, who on any bill, based on that amendment that we made to the Constitution last year, is now empowered to appear in either chamber on any bill. And I want to acknowledge that today's debate has benefited from the presence of these two learned jurists in their own right, learned lawyers in their own right, and I want to acknowledge the importance of the amendment which we made and was executed here today. So I want to thank them both for presenting here in the Senate. This is the first time that members of the other place have presented in this place, and it is one for the record in so many ways. But having come to the conclusion of government's business for the day, I beg to move that this Senate be suspended sine die. Adjourned sine die. Mr. President, I beg to amend that and move that this Senate be adjourned until Wednesday, June 10th at 10 a.m.
The question is that the Honourable Senate do now adjourn until Wednesday, June the 10th at 11 a.m. The Honourable Senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. The Honourable Senate is therefore adjourned until next Wednesday, which is June the 10th at 11 a.m.